All right, let's get going.
Yeah. Turn it up. Static hum. Here we go. Yeah. Dust in the feed, hit record, no sleep. Truth unlocked, no keys. Paranormal beef, spirits flex. Hunters mad, egos wreck. Cold cases, hot mics, ghost stories, knife fights. Who fake what, who got caught? Dust break it down, line by thought. Laughs first, facts stay, troll a bit, then explain. Cross that line, he won't hide, owns the mess, takes the ride. Dust productions, clear the smoke, Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, hands up. Dust Productions, night to day, if it's messy, on display. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, hands up. YouTube wars, screenshots rain, sub counts drop, pride in flames. Call out vids, fake apologies, dust cut through, no mythology. Receipt stack, time stamp, spin don't work. Facts glam, coming fights, keyboard rage. Dust stay cool, calm the stage. Jokes fly, chat laugh, but the point always lands. Say it straight, no disguise, on the wrong, look alive, look alive, Dust Productions, clear the smoke, Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, not hands up, Dust Productions, night to day, if it's messy, on display. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, hands up. Power Rangers, morphin' time, old heroes cross lines, suit actors, fan debates, convention beef, long delays, red and blue, gold and black, dust got law, way back, respect earned when it's due, call the mess. Call the truth, no cape, no ghost, just a mic that cuts close, no hiding, no spin, accountability wins, Dust Productions, clear the smoke, drama loud, truth gets spoke, Dustbusters locked in, sweep it clean, all in, Dust Productions, end of dust, if it's chaos, trust the dust, hit subscribe, stay sharp, dust out, now, dust out, hit subscribe, stay sharp, dust out,
Dust Productions. No pause. No slowdown. Run it. Upload, drop, click, play. Truth, flash, no delay. Frame, pause, zoom in, light, crack. Here we go again. Old fame, red zone, same stories. Getting old, smile, fake. Check, date, paper trail, can't debate. Screen glow, midnight. Facts hit, street fight. No talk, just proof. Every edit, bulletproof. Dust has no limit to what he will do. Holla if you see him coming through. Coming through. Truth move quick, no time to choose. Once it hit a lie, you know. Dust has no limit to what he will do. Holla if you see him coming through. No disguise, no excuse. When the facts show up, what you do? Ghost clips, fake fear, cold breath, not here. EMF, spike glitch, dust rewind, catch switch, door slam, loop sound, footstep, planet ground, shock face, pre-planned, dust exposed, understand, cut, paste, jump scare, edit tricks everywhere. They sell vibes, dust sell facts, math talk, they backtrack. Dust has no limit to what he will do. Holla if you see him coming through. Truth move quick, no time to choose. Once it hit a lie, you know. Dust has no limit to what he will do. Holla if you see him coming through. No disguise, no excuse. When the facts show up, what you do? 2020 cents, no rest, soft talk, stress test, green light, they freeze, receipts drop, dead silence, no rage, no scream, just show what's seen, no leash, no deal, truth move, always real, built fake, collapse, one thread, unwrap, once posted, can't undo, Dust Production, true breakthrough, Dust has no limit to what he will do, holla if you see him coming through, Dust has no limit to what he will do.
coming through. Truth don't slow, truth don't bend. Dust. Truth don't slow, truth don't bend. Dust.
Guys, I forgot something.
Important disclaimer. Before we begin, please note that all statements, claims, accusations, opinions, and commentary discussed during this live stream are allegations only unless independently verified through official public records. Nothing stated by third parties should be interpreted as established fact unless explicitly confirmed. Dust Productions / Dust Paranormal do not endorse, adopt, or affirm the opinions, allegations, claims, theories, or conclusions expressed by any individuals, channels, videos, clips, guests, callers, or chat participants featured, discussed, or reacted to during this broadcast. The views and opinions expressed by commentators, callers, guests, or members of the live chat are solely their own and do not reflect the views of Dust Productions or Dust Paranormal. Any guests appearing on this live stream are speaking in their personal capacity only, and their statements should not be interpreted as representing the views or positions of this channel. Any discussion involving criminal matters is presented for commentary, public interest discussion, and entertainment purposes only. To the best of our knowledge, no criminal convictions have been established in relation to the allegations discussed unless explicitly stated and publicly verifiable. Additionally, any jokes, satire, parody, comedic commentary, impressions, or humorous statements made during this live stream are intended strictly for entertainment purposes. They are not meant to be taken as factual assertions, nor are they intended to harass, defame, demean, or intentionally harm any individual or group. Viewer discretion is advised, and we encourage everyone to conduct their own research using publicly available information and verified sources. Now, let's get into the live stream.
What the hell? What's going on, guys? I'm so lost today. Okay. Yeah, that was all backwards. The disclaimer was supposed to go first, and I completely forgot. When you forget your legal disclaimer. Hopefully y'all can hear me okay. Y'all can see me. Let's see. Evening, everyone. Yeah, I'll cut a promo and send it over Discord. Now that's a disclaimer. Yeah. Well, you know, after you have to go to court once already because of some YouTube shit, maybe you decide, hey, I might just decide to put a disclaimer up from now on. And I almost forgot that shit. Yeah. It's all good. So hello everybody. I already had some haters in my chat. I don't even think I have I redid my soundboard again. I think it'd probably be at the end. I guess it's not. See, that's what happens when you change your goddamn soundboard. Oh, well. Well, anyway, I had a hater in my chat. And, you know, you're going to have that, you know? So I want to talk about something before I get into this. So, some people know me from Side Eye Guy. Some people know me from Beardo. Some people know me from Florio. This channel covers paranormal news, paranormal drama. That's what I do. I'm not a debunker. Okay? So, if someone in the paranormal community gets into any trouble, or if they say something or do something that I don't necessarily agree with, then I'm going to cover it. This would be the same if it were Beardo. It would be the same if, and I'm friends with Florio. It would be the same if it was Florio. It would be the same if it was Ladies Fright. It would, like, it's what I do. Okay? And just because I report on someone, that doesn't mean I'm attacking them. You can disagree with someone with what they do, but still watch their content and be like, okay, I don't agree with that, but it's fine. Okay. So, with that in mind, because I'm not completely set up. Of course, we're going to start with my merch. Because someone got their order in. Someone got their It's FCO for Life sticker in. You made it seem like a little bitch. I'm wearing the shirt right now. The FCO, F Dust, F Brent, F anyone that's against Jason sticker. I think they got like, yeah. So they got these stickers from my site. And whoops, of course I fucked that up. And but you can just, god dang it, I swear today is just not a good day. Here it is. All right. Well, like, yeah, if you want some stickers or some cool tumblers, if someone can post the link to my website, and you might be able to purchase some hate merch. Come buy my hate merch. But you just got to go to dustparanormal.com. Okay. Seg was upset. We're going to get into it. Either Seg was upset or is upset, and we're going to get into it. Here. I see the mods are struggling too. Here's the link to my store. It's pinned on both channels if you guys want to check it out. All right. All right. So we're going to get into it. So it's fine, Florio. You guys got to bear with me because my health has been screwing with me. All right, so Kenny Biddle. We're just going to dive into it. Kenny Biddle did a podcast recently and had Joan from Ladies Fright on there, Stevi from Truth or Demons podcast, Jenny Twigs, who I haven't seen before. I'll give you a quick subscribe. And, it was pretty much like women in the debunking community, that's kind of like what they talked about. And someone got a little upset over some things that were said. Now, did the women say anything? I don't think so. It was all over like a few things that Kenny said, which we're going to get into. And, Side-Eye Guy's name was mentioned and Beardo's name was mentioned. And like all of this erupted. Now, Kenny did put out an apology video. I have a few problems with this apology video. I have a few problems with Seg having a few problems with this. And I'm going to talk about it in this podcast, in this live stream, whatever the fuck you want to call this. But I will be dropping the link later, and people will be able to come up and give their thoughts and give their opinions if they so choose. Okay? Yeah. So it's for those of you who might be new, this is a video I really didn't want to make. Well, see, here's the thing, Co. It's this is a thing where like people are upset. People are upset that Seg was upset. People were upset that over what Kenny said, and then an apology video came up, and someone was in my comments earlier, oh, this is all, everything was taken care of, and oh, you know, whatever, it's none of your business. No, it is my business because I cover this stuff. Go cry somewhere else. But I don't know, some people are upset with me because I'm covering this. Go touch grass. Okay, there are going to be times when, like, there are going to be times when I'm going to be talking about maybe a creator that you like. All right, here, no, screw this. Let's go full screen. There are going to be times when I might talk about a creator that you like. And a lot of people are defensive over the creators that they watch. And I get it. You know, you like your favorite creator, you want to defend them. Hey, cool. But this channel reports on everything. You know, so I'm going to be disagreeing with Seg in this live stream with some things. That doesn't mean I'm not going to be reacting or covering stuff that he does in the future. Like, that's just how it is. So, he also learned a lesson. Well, see, I kind of have that same mental process. I have the same thought. Yeah, they think like, see, this is very important. Florio says, funny people think it's all over when some people see this apology as starting a new problem. So no, it's not over. So the people that saw this, saw the live stream, and I watched that live stream. I didn't see any arguing in the comments or, oh my God, I can't believe you said that. No, there was none of that. You know, nobody knew there was a problem until Kenny put out this video. And it's because Seg reached out privately. Well, they think that, and other people said that, oh, it's just between these two. I disagree. You know, I think it's more than that. But some things are just whatever. I'm just going to report on this. I just think that some people behind the scenes, other people have a problem with Seg popping up. It's kind of like when the shape was like, oh, you stole my shit, you know, to debunked, you know, and then he realized he was wrong. Like he kind of just popped off without thinking. Maybe that's what happened with Seg. I don't really know. It has nothing to do with stealing stuff. It's just like, you know, the shape said that he's a hothead or whatever, you know, and sometimes people do things on impulse. Now, I'm not saying it was that or any, whatever. I'm just saying that sometimes it really sucks covering this shit. What did you say, Cole? The internet did something truly insane when it rewritten an apology to become synonymous with defeat. What's up, Rudy? Dude, I've been watching all the Lego and Reckless Ben is not perfect, but the stuff that happened is still really messed up. See, people have opinions on this, and people want to talk about it. And this is open mic. Like, when I drop the link later, people will be able to come up and talk about the situation. How many of y'all have been able to go to a public platform like this and talk about a situation like this? This is what my platform is for. That's what sets me apart from maybe other channels that cover like paranormal news or paranormal drama. All right. So we have this podcast here, and I thought it was a good podcast. And we're going to go through I have it timestamped. We're not watching this whole thing. Sorry, Kenny. We're going to be popping around. But let's see. It starts at 11:07. We're going to go to 13:12. I'm going to keep the chat open over here just because.
All right, so the ladies are here because they approached me with a topic, and I'm just gonna turn it over. It's your topic.
It is my topic.
So, you know what? I'm sitting back. I ain't doing shit the rest of the show.
So I had both these lovely ladies on, as well as a few other guests on during Valentine's Day, and we had a Galentine's Day themed. And just for the little backstory about this topic, we played a version of Love, Marry, Kill, but we called it Haunt, Possess, Ghost. And at one point, we had debunkers as options. And we had it broken into male and female. And first off,
So... Right now, you can tell, I'll just let this finish.
Struggled to find people in the niche who were female and debunking. A lot of them were more on the ghost hunting side of things. And I had these lovely ladies go, I don't recognize some of these people. But when it came to the men, we had Seg, Beardo, and Kenny, everyone recognized them right away. And I thought, it's a shame because I know these women do wonderful research and wonderful topics. And even though the market for the paranormal is mostly female based, there's very little representation in like the big heavy hitters in ghost hunting, but also as well in debunking. And I think anyone can critically think. I know a radical idea that I've just had. So I thought it'd be fun to discuss women and girls and female presenting people in our niche itself, and maybe what we can do to better highlight them when we see them. I love it.
Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
I have to agree that I think the three of you do excellent work. I really love what I've seen so far. I mean, we've had a chance to work together a lot.
So basically, what Joan is saying there from Ladies Fright is when she went to go and do that special thing on her YouTube channel, she had trouble finding female creators, from my understanding, from what I caught from that, from the paranormal debunking community. It is mostly male dominated. Now, is that a problem? Well, it's just I think for some women, maybe it's a little discouraging. You want to find other creators that you can relate to. It doesn't mean that you don't like, all of the other creators, but that's kind of how I took that. So far, I don't see an issue, but we're going to move on to 15 minutes.
Like when people mention Seg and Beardo, especially those two, they put out content like every other day.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I don't do that. This once a week show is the most frequent release that I do. Usually my videos are every other month or every month, something like that, because it's so much more involved. Mm-hmm. And I think that's all of us, because it's. Do you think that's part of the reason? Maybe is because you three are doing more in-depth work and not putting out content constantly.
Yeah. And we actually just had this talk in the car where I was like telling Jenny, I was like, your production is great, your research is great. I would love to be like that, but I put myself on a schedule of every other week putting a video out. And I know, like, I've talked to you, Kenny, about like when I'm researching and going, I have to put this on the back burner. This is too much for me to do at the moment and get a video out at the same time. I think it's that partially. I also think there's a lot to do with the fact that a lot of us look at the history and not the technical side of things.
Right.
Yeah. Also, I've noticed people like Beardo and Seg, they often report in real time on things that are happening in the community.
Yeah.
We take so much time during research and we're so focused on certain topics that we often miss what's currently going on in time to put out anything current. Like we don't do lives, they talk about it. We don't make videos that talk about what just happened yesterday because we are so in depth in our research that I personally don't have the brain space to also keep up with current things. And so I think that's why the names are bigger and more recognized because they're more in everyone's line of vision more often.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. So Kenny says, well, Beardo and Seg, they drop videos like every other day. They're dropping videos like crazy. Well, that's true. They're catching the algorithm and they're reporting on stuff. They're breaking stories. And it goes right into the second part right here, which is something that Seg did not like. So this is the part that one of the things that I think he had a problem with, or from what I was told he has a problem with. So it was brought up that the women here and other females in the debunking community, they don't drop videos as fast because they're researching so much. Okay, they do such thorough research for Truth or Demons to put out a video. It takes a while because she digs. Okay, she. I wish I had it. Yep.
You dig, bro. You like to dig.
She digs. She will literally go and find newspaper articles from like the 70s for shit. Like the shit she has found on the Warrens is unbelievable. She is so good at research. Like she has impressed John Zappis. Okay, and John Zappis is a part of like the Warren family. Like and he's just like, damn, you're like really good at this shit. So my point is, all of these female debunkers, they don't put out content as fast because they do more research than people like Side-Eye Guy and Beardo. Definitely everyone so they definitely do more research than me. I will also say that Side-Eye Guy probably does way more research than I do, and so does Beardo. I report on this stuff. I'm not a debunker. I don't need to research like them. But the point is, if you were to ask me who is the best at research in the debunking community, I would say Truth or Demons podcast and Florio. Side-Eye Guy wouldn't be able to match what they can do in research. Neither could Beardo. Neither could I. It'd be a mess if I tried. I will say that Beardo, I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't do research, he does. And he'll put in the work for his videos, like with the whole Dolly situation. I'm not sure if it was the victim's family member that reached out to him about the whole Dolly thing. But I heard that Side-Eye Guy was like, oh, you're making it seem like I don't research. You know, like it's from the way it was explained to me was that he was saying that he researches just as much as these women do. No, dude, you don't come close. And it's because you can't. You don't have time. You don't have the time to do it. Not if you're going to be pumping out videos on live streams the way you do. Not unless you have a team of people around you. These women put out less content. And for them, it's more about the, I don't want to say about the passion, it's just more about the research. And they don't want to miss anything. And they want to make sure that people have all the facts. Seg and Beardo do some research for some videos, but their typical videos are reacting and debunking. We're going to get into that, Florio. Don't you wait. Now, I heard that Seg was upset about that. Dude, how in the fuck can you get upset? People have seen the type of, like, research that these women do. Like, you can't get upset over that. I'll give you a topic or a person to cover it. I'll give Stevi the same info. I bet you Stevi will find more. It'll probably take her longer, but she's going to be more thorough. I just don't think you should be upset over it because people still love your content, Seg. Like, people watch you. Like, I watch you, I react to you. We've supported you over here. But for you to get freaking butthurt over, oh, I can do just as much research as them. Not on your best day. It doesn't mean that you're not a good YouTuber or debunker. I just think these women are better at research. And that's the first thing. Let's finish this real quick.
Often. I totally agree with that because my first video was actually a fluke. I made a video about the Conjuring House drama. Yep. That is my best performing video. I made it at the lucky time while things were happening just because I cared and was passionate about like the historical aspect of the house. And that video was like my most viewed.
Yeah, the timing for you,
right.
It was really good.
But
timing
it was relevant.
Timing's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Smurl haunting. I released that right after the movie came out, and it did great. You know, like that's one of my highest viewed videos. And again, it's timing. But the rest of the stuff that I do, and you probably can relate to this because it's not current. And I agree with you. It's not current stuff. I don't look at the current stuff because a lot of the current stuff is just stupid. it's
I think Kenny misspoke. I don't think all of it's stupid. I think that if you're really going to do deep dives and research, you're not going to be able to cover things as currently as Seg or Beardo, who can do that.
It's like that cookie cutter stuff that just piles out, and then usually there's so much drama that surrounds it. Like, I left high school years ago. Decades ago. I don't need to go back to that. Right? So I focus on.
And unfortunately, some people might say that we're in high school again. I think I got the timestamp wrong. I think it's 1835 here. Yeah, let's see.
And I think that's also another thing is that drama does sell. Mm-hmm. Like, I know some of my best performing things. Are things that are even happening within like the niche that we're in, not necessarily within the greater paranormal. Like, people just care about that. There's also it's a bigger issue in general on YouTube with the commentary versus drama debate. Typically, men get labeled as commentary channels, where women get labeled as drama channels. And I'm not saying that happens within.
I'm a male and I'm a drama channel. Hi, I'm Dust Productions. I'm the internet troll. It's nice to fucking meet you. But I think that she is right. Like, if you go outside the paranormal community and just look at the YouTube community, there are other commentary channels that cover other stuff. And typically, you see most of the commentary or drama channels, like you see the females marked as drama channels. Then you see the guys that are in that same niche be called commentary. So
our section necessarily, but it is something that is a common occurrence and a debate on YouTube in general. So it's not that I don't think that people, because I would like to think the best of people. I don't want to think that they're not taking women seriously. But how do we get people to get more eyes on the things we do and get the recognition of it?
And be taken seriously.
Yes.
Like, that's where the shirt comes into play.
Well, yes.
Talk about the shirt.
Oh, yeah, that was the story. What's the story?
I meant to do it with a segue.
The whole reason this shirt exists is Kenny is the other half, I was one half, and Kristen, our lovely friend Kristen, was it was just me and her were the two halves. And since Kristen couldn't be there when Seg and Kenny and I went to Kansas, we had Kenny be a stand-in for that, because what had happened was, because women had gone to a male debunker to ask for help.
This is true. Kenny never said all the women do all the research. He said women do more thorough research. That is very good to point out. Kenny never said the men do no research, and he never said they only react. This is true. You're getting ahead of me, Flurry. It's okay though. It's okay. Like, this is gonna be a night.
With getting some information out, because one, smaller channel, two, we didn't have as big of like reach and respect, I guess, like notoriety maybe. Mm-hmm. Like, the bigger channels have a lot of notoriety with the community. Yes. And all we wanted was the information to spread to the community. We didn't care how it got there. We just wanted it there. But when we started giving it to certain people, we got accused of those certain people only helping us because of our tits and ass. Mm-hmm. So it was this thing. It was a thing where we helped expose some bad behavior in the paranormal community. That person didn't like being exposed for that.
So basically, they're saying, well, we went to these bigger creators to help us out, pretty much to get more coverage, to get the word out, to expose some bad behavior. Well, someone else commented, well, it's because you're women. It's because you're women. Like, that's why they did that. Where the fuck did I? Okay, yeah. And then, of course, we do have Jason Hawes, who commented on this. Hello, everyone. As a father of 3 daughters and a brother to 4 sisters, I'd love to see more female representation in the field. So even Jason Hawes recognizes, this is mostly male dominated. It's not the paranormal, it's just Kenny's. We're gonna get to don't get a copyright strike. If y'all copyright strike me, y'all are lost because y'all receive. I know some of you receive copyright strikes. All right, so 2247 is where we need to be now. This should be close enough.
Girls needed help.
Right.
Yeah. And
I also think that, like, and I do a lot of this with my podcast, is talking about how paranormal narratives are a greater reflection of society as a whole. Just because this happened in our little section of the internet, does not mean it doesn't happen everywhere. How many times do we hear that women are not believed that something is as dramatic as it is, either because they're too emotional, because they are pretty, they are somehow, people are allowed to treat them a certain way, they're objectified. And we like, not to be skirting around it, but like, I know some people who don't want to go ghost hunting as women because they're afraid to be left alone in certain areas.
And we've covered incidents where people at public ghost hunts were accused or called out for bad behavior with people there, with children present. I've had people.
So basically, the way I took part of that was, and correct me if I'm wrong, I took part of what Joan said was, well, a lot of people won't believe women when they report on certain things in this niche. And so they got to go to a bigger creator that happens to be a guy. And it's almost like it's because they're a bigger creator, but in the back of their mind, maybe they're like, I have to go like to a guy to do this because no one else is going to believe me. That's why I took some of that. But I know that's not really the case. It's mostly, and I know Joan didn't really mean it that way. But that's where my mind goes. So I don't know. We're gonna skip ahead. We're gonna keep moving ahead, then we're gonna get to the apology part. There's like some stuff here. Let me see what you guys are saying. Men don't see what we go through, so it's really hard when all the empathy is towards the men when they are not living in the same world with the rest of us. Just look at how many men in this world are predators. Yeah, there are a lot of predators out there. And so like what Stevi was saying, like, yeah, there's a lot of people that, like, you don't want to be alone with certain people. And it's so easy in the like if you're doing paranormal investigations, right? Like, oh, come with me. And like, it's a way for them to try to not to be creepy, even though they're still being creepy. And they're just like, yo, come into this dark room with me and help me talk to a ghost. Like, that's some creepy ass shit. Like, women have to worry about their safety more than men do. It's just basically what that boils down to. And if you can't recognize that And that's not like, I don't think that's an issue like with SAG. I'm just saying in general, guys. Like, if you can't see the issue with that, then you got issues. All right, let's move it up. I just thought this part was funny.
Don't deal with that person because that's an asshole. All right, so back to you. Why you have a podcast? Why are you so nervous?
No, I was doing this all.
It's ladies takeover.
It is
in the
lady
title.
takeover. To say this without sounding like I don't like men.
I love this part, Joan. I love this.
Oh boy, here we go.
I'm married to a man, by the way.
Thank you for clarifying that you're married to a man and not like, I don't know, an inanimate object, whatever.
Him. He's not watching.
Me too.
Yeah. What's that look for?
Oh, look.
Yeah, me too.
I said, me too. I'm married. And
And it's to a man.
It's to a man.
We don't hate men here.
I'm a man.
But
Yay.
Kenny's like, oh my god. He's like,
I'm trying to stay in my seat. Like
what's happening?
I'm too chubby. I can't squeeze down the
I think it's a little bit telling and a little bit upsetting in a way that Stevi didn't have the option to go to a fellow like woman to talk about this and have it broadcasted. She did have to go to a man, and then that conversation comes up as well, where like, once again, I don't think if Kenny was like, I feel like I'm being harassed, let me go talk to Beardo about it, anyone would go, Beardo's just doing it for the dick and
Beardo forever. I'm gonna now say, like, when you do something, I'm just gonna say, yo, Beardo, you're just doing that for the dick and balls, man. I know you're just doing it for the dick and balls. But the whole point that Joan's saying is, well, these women got to go to a man because they're being harassed online, and then the bigger creator, the guy, shines a light on it, and then they say, oh, they're just doing it because you're a hot chick or whatever. But she just made the thing, well, if Kenny went to side like Beardo for the same thing, like, they're not going to say that. So that's what Joan was saying there. And I agree with that, by the way. And let me tell you something. So I've had female debunkers message me going, you should cover this. You should cover that. And they're doing it for a few reasons. One, because I'm always looking for a story. Two, even though my channel is small, like, I do get, not every time, but a lot of times I get I get a decent amount of live viewers. You know? And I don't know, sometimes I feel a certain type of way about that. Like, I'm happy to help anyone, and I don't see it as, ooh, I'm the big, strong man. You guys have no idea how much maybe some women helped me out, like, when I was going through it. Yeah, they helped the big, strong man. There ain't nothing, whatever. All right, so I don't want to get into that too much. All right, so let's move it. Let's see, where are we? Yeah, we're at 28. And I know you guys are arguing in the chat. I'm gonna let y'all fight it out tonight. Just mods, if you see something that's too crazy, clap it. All right, so yeah, I gotta maximize here. Yeah, this is just more expanding on this.
They do exist.
Oh shit!
But it would have been nice if, once again, I think that's like the other thing is like if there was a female presenting figure popular enough within our niche to be that like voice of reason in some way. I think that's the thing that's upsetting is that sometimes I feel like I have to go to one of the gentlemen in our group to be like taken seriously of like, okay, like, and I've not had any major controversy or anything like that, but to be like, well, here's my idea about something. Let me go to Kenny and make sure I'm on the right track so I don't just say something and like not be believed in some way. And as I said, like, I'm not the good example, like a good example of this, but I'm speaking from your situations that you've had before where you had to go to male counterparts. And I think Stevie's actually one of the most popular voices for the female side of things. And the fact that even she has to go find somebody else to be believed more is heartbreaking.
I have noticed a lot.
So this is true, Stevie. So all right, look, on my main channel, not Dust Paranormal, but my Dust Productions page, I can drop a video on my Dust Productions page and get more views than I do on the Paranormal page. When I first came back to the paranormal community, I interviewed Eric Vitale, and then I interviewed Stevi from Truth or Demons. And when I interviewed Stevi, she showed a lot of the stuff that she shows on her own channel. And I blew her out of the water with views. And it was so she could get the word out, you know, so she can get some coverage. She had to go to a guy's channel, which my main channel's got 18,000 subs. And it was before I split and decided to start a new channel for paranormal content. But, you know, she had to, I mean, it's kind of like the same thing. It is the same thing. She came over. I asked her. She didn't ask me. I asked her. She said yes, but I'm assuming it's so that she could get more coverage. And she did that on a guy's channel, which was mine.
I never really thought about it in this aspect, this way before, but I have had more encounters in this space of people not believing me and immediately assuming I'm making something up or that I'm just clout chasing or that I'm just a hater. Mm-hmm. And they never actually go and consume my content to see what I'm about. It's they see that I don't have a big following, for one. I get that a lot. I get, oh, she's only got so many following, don't take her seriously. Like the amount of comments I get like that from the trolling people. Like I have such a positive following. Everyone is really good, but I have a handful that beat a dead horse with this. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She doesn't do research. She only bashes. Like,
there's such larger YouTube channels that talk about the Warrens and how not to be believed. And somehow we're getting comments to this day, or yesterday I should say, from a video 4 months ago from creeps yelling about Stevi being on my show. I'm sorry.
Scared me.
That wasn't even
So let's see. Yeah. So it's just more expanded on what was just said. Yeah, like she doesn't have as big of a following, you know. She does so much research, dude. I got so much respect for Stevi. But, you know, she doesn't have as big of an audience. She does way more research than any other debunker I know. And her audience isn't as big because she doesn't drop videos as fast as everyone else. She can't. Because of the in-depth research that she does. All right. Oh, I gotta find it. All right, this will have to be good enough.
Actually, you know what? You should be scared.
See?
But like, yeah, it's there. I try to go through all the factors, and I don't want to not give people the benefit of the doubt. But it feels like the one factor is you are a woman speaking about it, where like they don't go after what was like CZ World.
And that's true. Like, I've seen people attack Stevi from Truth or Demons and attack other female creators, and they and they talk about their body. I don't see people when people attack Beardo, I don't see them attacking his body like the way they do like maybe someone like Stevi. You know what I mean?
Nesper's not going after them.
Yep.
Why?
There are a lot of very large content creators that are male that have bashed, like actually bashed the Warrens, said terrible things about them. And they don't have, like, the Y-Files, for example. AJ from the Y-Files, he did a whole series where he debunked each one of these stories. Like, he told the story, and at the end he told why they were ridiculous or whatever information he had and facts he had. He's never been attacked by Nesper. Nesper doesn't care about him. I don't understand why I was so directly targeted other than the fact that I had things that made them nervous. Shit. But in the same moment, they're saying I don't have anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're feeling. Solve the problem.
Sorry. So basically, you know, Nesper or people supporting Nesper have said, oh, Stevi doesn't, whatever, she doesn't have anything on us, blah, 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 blah. And they pretty much attack her. Well, they attack her because they're afraid of her, because she has so much information, because she has done all the research, because nobody has researched the Warrens more than Stevi. She's a legitimate threat. That's why that's one, like, but it's, they think that they can bully her off the internet because she is a woman. We're gonna go to like 34 minutes on this.
I'm thinking this is, I mean, it's I'm taking it all in and understanding it better. Like, I understand that there are issues, and I understand that there's more intense struggles on your side than on my side for these.
And also, I do want to point out, Stevi did say earlier that they will attack her without even watching the content. So let me ask you all this. The people that are so quick to defend Seg in this situation, did you watch this entire podcast? The people that watched the apology video from Kenny, did you watch this entire podcast? Or are you just going off of the apology video? There are a lot of people that won't watch the content, but they're quick to comment and take sides.
These kind of things, and we talked about it earlier today. We had a big discussion about it, like trying to relate. And yeah, there's so many things that I have not experienced like this because I'm a white male, and I haven't had those kind of prejudice statements or attitudes toward me for the most part. So I try to understand them better. That's why I talk and we have these discussions and stuff. And I think it's terrible that you don't get believed simply because you're a girl. And I think that's completely ridiculous because, I mean, I, for one, I don't hesitate. Like, anything that comes up, especially with the Warrens or when we're doing our projects, like, we talk a lot. you know, and anytime I find something, I'm like, oh shit, I go right to Steve. I got to tell you, I got to let you know, I got this. And you sent me books and this and that. And like, I think that's great. That's the way we should be. And not once, like with any, like not just the three of you here, the four of you.
Okay, hang on. A male with malicious intent doc Stevie. Yes. The answer is yes. Stevie has come under constant attack from people trying to discredit her. Now, am I saying that's what Seg is doing? No. But, you know, he was just upset over the, oh, I do just as much research as that, whatever. But people have tried, people have doxed Stevie. She's been under attack before.
Or anyone else that I've engaged with, have I ever thought like, well, you're just a girl? Like, that's so foreign to me.
Yeah.
We also got that comment on Valentine's Day that we were a bunch of
cackling hens.
Yeah.
Same person.
Cackling hens. My first hate comment. Really thought that one.
Person. Maybe we just need to.
Oh no. He's on a list.
He's on a very bad list.
Obviously.
So, all right. Yeah. So, cackling hens. All right. Well, let's move on. I don't really think that, but let's 34 or 55. All right.
Reader gender.
Yep.
There's something else I noticed about gender. I was thinking about it. I seem to see way more females having very, very great success on YouTube when they pretend to be psychic.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's break this down real quick. How many female psychics can you name, and how many male psychics can you name? Now, she's saying that there are more female psychics. Yes. Out of all the psychics I know, I trust one and believe one to be a real psychic, and it's actually a guy. But she's saying that most psychics are female. I would say that's true.
A psychic.
Yeah.
A psychic.
Yeah. The amount of female psychics, I don't necessarily believe them. I have proof some of them are definitely lying, but they have massive followings and people eat up what they say. They're never questioned. They're never said. No one ever says to them, "Show me proof."
Yeah.
No one ever calls them clout chasers. They are riding that same wave that gets them the attention that, like, it's a weird dynamic that a woman would get more attention faking than telling the truth. And like, you don't see there are some, but you don't see a whole lot of the men out there making those fake psychic channels where they're going in and saying, I feel this. And
it's because it's a lot of introspection on the feeling, a lot of introspection on the emotion. Of course, a woman could feel a ghost. They're emotional.
Exactly.
We're like, the technical gadget thing. Like, women can't use a gadget. They can't do that.
We brought this up earlier today, and not in that sense.
Okay.
But
good.
when you look, I would never. But when you look at paranormal conferences, that all the ones that I've been to, there is definitely a divide. It's the majority are men that attend. The men tend to be more on the gadget heavy side.
I would agree with this. The men are more techs. They use more tech, and then you see, oh, there's a woman. She must be psychic. When you see a woman at a paranormal investigation, what do you think? I bet a lot of people think, oh, I bet she's probably the psychic of the group, and that might not be true.
And the women are usually on more of the psychic or sensitive side, and that's across the board. Every time I've gone, I make it a habit of counting. Okay, who's doing this? All right, male, female, and then going through psychics or technic and trying to figure out like what's the ratio here. And it's always a very lopsided.
But like for the same reason that women usually are psychics is the same reason that women are the victims of psychics as well. It's feeding into that emotional. It's almost, and this is far out, I understand, it's almost the same as like, I'm more willing to trust a woman when I like a fellow woman when I see them than I am to trust a man if I'm alone in a situation. You know, some pew-pewers have used women to lure in victims because it's, you know, that way, or a child.
That's true. Yes, yes.
Something that like feels comforting, yeah, and safe. So
Yeah, so women, you would be more trusting of a woman psychic than you would a male psychic. Just because so many people associate women with emotion and, you know, not a threat, I'll say.
It's once again just playing into the emotions, playing into the vibe that like men can't have emotions, even though anger is an emotion, and maybe you should just learn to temper it like the rest of us do. You don't think I have rage constantly?
I'm gonna just put this up real quick because this looks like it's in context.
In that same live stream from your sweatshirt, your merch, it's not a sweatshirt, it's a shirt. At one point, a person brought up an argument that was a red herring, I think is the best term for it, where it was questioning if a person who, it's Jacqueline Nunes.
Yeah, I got to bounce from that situation. We're going to move to 40. Because she does, I think, I forget who makes this point. But I wanted to include this.
And then it flusters them, which, I mean, I love. If I can fluster the other person, I love that.
My husband's way of going about that is sometimes he just blows them a kiss. He goes, and then they're like, okay.
I have a question for everyone.
Yeah.
Since we're on the subject of women debunkers and how there aren't many of us, do any of you know who Anita Gregory is?
I do not know.
I'd have to.
I think you would know her if you
I would.
looked her up.
Yeah, I will have to. That's usually my thing. Like I watch a lot of people, but I don't see their names all the time. And so, yeah, if I see a picture, I'm like, oh yeah, I know who that is.
Okay, so awesome. Anita Gregory was one of the female parapsychologists, and she's also a psychologist, on the team for the infield poltergeists in England.
Yeah, okay.
She went and assessed. She's mentioned in the movie, the Conjuring, one of the Conjuring movies that was based on the infield case. She is mentioned and brought up. And I remember covering this and doing the research on it and getting so upset because they dismiss her. She's basically dismissed in the movie as a meanie. She accuses the girls of faking. She doesn't believe them. She's just there to shut this down because they only care about money. Like she's made out to be a bad person. In real life, she did dismiss the children's claims. She did catch them faking. They did admit to her that they were faking. She went to write a paper and she submitted it. It was a skeptical point of view, and she submitted it to. What's the one in England? The
Society for Psychical Research.
She submitted it for publication, and they shut her down. And she was made to be quiet about it from that point on. And she was told she was a liability for a lawsuit. They would not publish her findings.
Wow.
That's why. Like,
who makes that?
Like, who made that decision?
And she was making logical observations. She pointed out the faking. She got confession of the faking, even though they said they only faked it to keep them interested because they were worried if stuff wasn't happening, they would leave. That was their reason for faking it. But she wasn't given the time of day.
And I just don't get it. I don't understand. Like, especially for the SBR, which is supposed to be this science-based society, looking for the truth. though it was kind of shady. Yeah, I know. Like, look at
They
it.
care more about their finances than
Right.
they were about
Yeah.
finding truth in anything.
Yeah.
They
So
didn't want to look bad because it had been so sensationalized, is my opinion.
right,
And she
And-
would have made them look bad because of her findings.
right, and then that falls in with how they run things. I mean, it's like, you're going to make us look bad. No, we're going to
That's
keep it quiet.
exactly what
We
Storm
wanted to
just
keep
said.
it in
So
the
of course
news.
the movie would paint her in a negative.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
And when I remember covering that, being so upset because she was the only one thinking logically. She was the only one trying to help. She was not trying to sensationalize. She was not trying to push a narrative of any kind. She was trying to get to the bottom of it. And they pushed her out because she didn't go along with everyone else. She was the odd man out.
So let me ask, just put this question out there. Do you think from what you looked into, do you think it would have been the same result had it been a man that did that?
No.
No?
No,
Okay.
because I think if a man had come in and said, this is why I think this is not real, or this is why I think this is faking, or I caught them faking, he would have been listened to, because he probably would have had a team that would have backed him, and then that team would have snowballed into everyone else backing the majority.
Okay.
She was by herself. And she
Okay, so let's see, we're 43. I want to go to 45. I know I'm bouncing around. I'm not reacting to this whole thing. Mods, you can put the whole. You can actually look in the description of this live stream, and you can get the link to this. But someone else can post a link to it. I gotta see where I'm at. 45 minutes is where I need to be.
she was told she was a liability.
Yeah.
We, in Western society, and probably in Eastern society, but I grew up in a Western society, women, as a fear response, tend to be, instead of fight, be more flight or fawn. And fawn being people pleasing and being whatever you need, I'll do it.
Keep me safe.
Yeah, to keep me safe.
Yep.
Real world example of this is you go to a bar and a guy hits on you and you're not into it, so you give him a fake number. That is a fawning versus going, I don't want that. Go away.
I'm not giving you any number.
Yeah, you're more afraid of that response versus a fake number.
I'd rather have you tell me straight up, no.
Yeah, no, but
Well, see, I get it, Kenny, that you would just want, hey, just say you're not. They're talking about the creepy people, not you. You know what I mean? There are just some people that approach women. I've had creepy women approach me, and I just do whatever I can to get out of that situation. It's the same for women. They got to deal with it more.
You would.
physical man.
Yeah. When you encounter a man who can't handle rejection and you tell them no and they lose it on you. I watch all these YouTube videos where people react to dating interactions and they have these text message screenshots where the man's hitting on the woman and they're conversing and it gets to, oh, send me a naked pic. And she's like, no. And he gets mad. Or, hey, come over, I'm whatever, I need some attention. And she says no because she's setting her boundary and he starts calling her terrible names. These are things women deal with from people who can't handle rejection.
And so you don't want that to happen at a bar.
Yeah. No.
So you would give the guy a fake
Just like a
number
bruised ego,
and get out of
you know,
it just
he'll
to
get
leave.
mad.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. That's why we would do that.
I've had it that I've physically turned my body. Like if Kenny, if you were the guy at the bar, I've gone like this to talk to a friend and they'll talk over my shoulder.
Oh, God. No doesn't always work. Yeah.
Yeah, no doesn't always work.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's definitely creepy ass behavior, in my opinion.
Okay.
Also, neggings. Don't neg. No one likes
Yeah,
it.
don't
It's not
repeatedly
cute.
ask. It's not going to change anything.
I once had a guy, I was like, they was like, what's your sign? I was like, oh, I'm like a Cancer. And he was like, yeah, Cancer, or he was like, moody, distant. And I'm like, yeah, I'm about to leave you. I'm like, why would I like that?
I was waiting for what's your sign? Stop.
Because I go the other way. I'm like, I'm a Cancer. I have mommy issues like all of us Cancers do, and I cry a lot. I'm gonna cry right now.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
glad I'm not in the feed.
Right?
This hasn't happened in years. So I don't go out.
No.
Yeah.
I watched these.
All right, so that's 47. We need to go to 4758.
For another human?
Mm-mm.
So how about we switch gears here and like, what do you think we can do, all of us? What can we do to maybe is it to listen and not criticize, not listen without judgment? Listen,
Well,
is that what, I don't
Even
know, is that
like
the
you
right way
can
to say it?
criticize, but listen first. I run
Yeah,
into a lot
yeah.
of like they don't even know what's in the video. They just start attacking me or saying I'm a hater. Or I said this and I didn't. And I'm like, did you even watch the? Like one time I got accused of putting out a hit piece on the Warrens, and it was actually an article talking about like their work. It wasn't a hit piece. I was like, he just commented, "Oh, look, another hit piece," and I was like, that's not what it is.
I think
Literally, yeah. So, like, you get like a fan base or whatever, they just go and attack, and it's like without even watching the content. I literally had someone in the chat of the Paranormal channel talking shit before this live stream even went live. So the content hasn't even happened yet, and you're attacking me. You're just assuming that I'm just gonna completely go after Seg and say all kinds of bad shit. Like, maybe watch the content and then, make your own judgment. Don't be a sheep.
Time of day.
Yeah.
I think the hit piece thing is just that's a knee-jerk reaction. Like, I don't like what I think you're putting out, so it's going to be an attack.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to say that before I even look at it.
Yeah.
And I don't. I mean, we go through this, like, even if I hate something, if I start reading a book and I hate it,
Yeah.
I've thrown it across the room a couple times, but I still pick it up and I read the rest of the book because I want to make sure I have an informed opinion of this. So I have to read it. I
And
have
I'm like,
to watch.
why are you
video.
torturing yourself? I'm like,
Always.
I would have just put that like.
Yeah, so that's basically let's see, I got to go to 4956. There's only a few, and then we're going to get into the apology. Where are we at? This is 4919. We need 4956. Yeah, right on it.
These stereotypes affect both men and women, and I'm using the gendered terms on purpose. Like, they affect both men and women. It is, not to get too much on a soapbox, the patriarchy affects us all. It's unfair to men to think that they have to go out and be the breadwinners, to go out and be the ones that are emotionally distant from their children, to...
So what she's saying is very true. So when I was a kid growing up, and I went to a Christian school for some years, like back in the day, I gotta admit, a lot of, like, the stereotype was the men get the jobs, the men work, the women stay home and take care of the kids. The women are closer to the kids than the men are because they work so much. That's the stereotype.
not be reliable as the...
I think that's a world that I don't think that happens as much anymore. I think that's a world that's dying. But there's still people with that mentality.
Caretaker of their child, and to not be allowed to be emotionally vulnerable at all.
And to be talked down to if they do those things.
Yes. It's also not fair for them to not be able to function in those roles because they weren't taught.
That is the other side of it. So that mentality, even though it's like the roles, I think, in that situation are dying down, that mentality is still very prominent. That's like, oh, like if there's a situation involving a man and a woman and the police are involved, and it's some kind of dispute, they're going to talk to the guy first, you know?
You know, like I'll give them that, but it's not fair for you then to go to the women in your life and treat them as if they're your mother. in the way of being taken care of emotionally. That is not the role of random women on the internet, because we get that a lot too, of people coming with their like, I'm sad and I'm upset, and we're like, okay,
this is not why I'm here.
okay, I have I have a husband, I have a brother, I have a father, I have enough men in my life I take care of. I don't know you. Like, and I'm not saying that, and I don't know if that happens to men necessarily, but I do feel like we've gotten a lot, even amongst like fellow creators coming to us. It's never to ask us about like, hey, what's your research on this? It's, hey, I'm really sad today. It's like, okay.
Really? You get that?
Yeah. What, you don't think I'm open enough?
I've never gotten something like that.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Wait, say it again. Say again. What was
People
the
just
situation?
reach out and
Because I'm
say
reading.
that they're sad.
Like we'll get out, and it's sometimes audience people, and it's sometimes even fellow creators who will reach out to us or me, and Stevi said it too, and be like, not where's your research? How'd you figure out? Like, that was a really cool. They'll say it's a really cool thing I did, but like, oh, that was really interesting that you found that. And instead they'll be like, like, I had a really rough day. Can I like talk to you about it and things like that? And like, as a friend, I would love to. I don't mind.
No, I will say I am friends with Joan from Ladies Fright, and I have messaged her in the past. I don't think I've messaged her saying, "Yo, I had a really bad day. I just need someone to talk to." If I did, maybe it was like one time. I deal with mental health issues, and I don't think I've ever just reached out to Joan. Who was in and out of the chat. Like, there have been plenty of voice chats in my Discord where my mental health took a toll, and people like and Brent and Zombie have been in there, just to hear me talk, which is a good thing. I think the situation is a little bit different, and she's probably talking about other situations. But I do want to say, Joan, if I ever made you feel a certain type of way, like, I apologize. Like, I've messaged Florio a few times, not so much like, oh, I'm upset, I need to talk. But I've messaged Florio a few times, and she'll say like, oh, I feel like shit, blah blah blah, and then I just leave it, because I have health issues too. I'll leave Florio and let her be until she's feeling better and she wants to talk. And Florio knows this. Like, I'll message her. Sometimes she won't message me back for like 3 days or something, and I don't care. Like, sometimes I'll sit there and be like, I hope she's okay. Like, that's my thought. My thought is never, why hasn't she responded? Oh my God, she doesn't like me. Like, no, like, that never crosses my mind. And it's like, and I think it's like a boundary thing. Because like, we all know each other online. We don't know each other in real life. And that's perfectly fine to set boundaries and stuff. But oh, Sag, what's up, man? I will be dropping the link later. If you so choose to, you can come up. Right now, we're just talking about all the other stuff that was talked about on the podcast. So
I'm doing that, but I have a capacity. I'm not like
like how friendly are you?
And I know multiple female creators that's happened to.
That tips into the whole parasocial relationship with audience members, which is a whole other ball game.
It's hard because we have a lot of we have a lot of relationships with people online that we've never met before, and we just take for granted that you are who you are.
Yeah, like I hope that comes across. Like, I try to be who I am all the time. Like, there's this isn't a character that I'm doing for the show. Like, if you watch enough of the show, like, who I am. And
that is good, Kenny. Like, for me, at least until recently, I would tell you that what you see on the internet with me, it's me, but it's a dialed up version. And usually a dialed up version would be like, that's when I'm in super troll mode, you know, but that's not really me in real life. Like how I've been the past few months, like this is me, you know. 5228. All right. We need to get to 5306. Hang on. Let's see what Seg has to say here. I think we'd have a healthy debate where everyone feels they are heard. Nobody needs to feel ignored, dismissed, or belittled due to their gender or skin color. That's a true statement. That's a true statement. 5228. I still have some disagreements that we can talk about. 5306.
I find myself sometimes reminding and teaching people how to treat me, like as a content creator.
Yes.
Through my chat. Where like someone will say something, and I think they might think
I need to back that up just a second.
That's also weird too when you meet people in person because it's like they know you have no idea who they are.
Right, yeah.
I just have another question for you,
Sure.
Jenny, if you've never experienced it. I find myself sometimes reminding and teaching people how to treat me, like as a content creator.
Yes.
Through my chat. Where like someone will say something, and I think they might think it's a joke, but it's not totally funny to me. Do you ever experience that where you have to be like, this is who I am as a person?
You got to put you got to put your boundaries down.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, like I don't get people immediately reach out and say, "Hey, I've had a bad day. Can we talk?" I don't get that.
Yeah.
I will, in the course of a conversation, maybe get into more personal stuff.
Yeah.
And that's a natural process through the conversation. So I don't mind that. And we get a lot of background information, and I'll share some background personal stories, you know, to help relate. That's cool. I've never had someone just reach out and start the conversation with, "I'm sad." However, with your question, yes, I've had people reach out to me and say, "Hey, I need you to do this." Like,
Seg, since you are here, I think the part that you had an issue with is going to be coming up soon.
Yeah.
No.
Expectant?
Expecting me to do it. Yeah. Or saying, "Hey, you're having this event. I'm gonna be there." Like,
hey, I'm doing research on UFOs. Send me everything you got.
Yes.
What do you got?
And he's
There was one time I emailed you that, Kenny. Just one time.
One time. Put them together.
No, just kidding.
No. But yeah, I'll get that where someone's like, "Hey, you know, like I saw you did a video on this. Can you?" I just had a news crew reach out and say, "Hey, I saw that you did a video and you had a whole bunch of pictures. Where'd you get them?" I said, "I created them." "Oh, yeah. Can we use them?"
No.
Well, why not? We just need them for our show, and you know, no, they're mine.
I wouldn't let mainstream touch my stuff either, just because it's like it's even more true for someone like Kenny, or I would even include Beardo and Seg, Florio, Truth or Demons. Y'all work really hard for like your content, and what a mainstream network is just going to take it for free and then license it. I've heard that happen before. And then they use the YouTuber's content, and then they get a copyright strike from the network.
Yeah.
They're mine. Oh, well, why can't you just let us use them? Because they're mine.
Like what?
How many times I got to say this?
Yeah.
You know, or like that instance where they're like, "Hey, send me everything you have on UFOs." No, first and foremost, that's a shit ton of work. You don't understand how much we have on UFOs.
Pick up a tractor trailer. Yes.
Second, I did the work. Like, I don't mind helping fellow creators, like people that I work with. You know, if any of you reached out and said, "Hey, what about this? Do you know anything about this?" I will share.
You should have.
Yes. I will share this with you. Like, you're going to get a copy of this because I like what you did.
Everything you get on your also.
Yes.
I promise.
That's the other seventh rule that we whispered.
I know.
Kenny, she gets a copy. She gets a copy of that book because of her tits and ass, not because she's a guy. You're not giving a copy of that book because of the dick and balls. All right, let me read some of the comments before we get into the part that I think was the focus. Because I haven't been paying attention to the damn chat. I've left it to the mods, and I see, like, I'll glance over. I hope you feel better, Zombie. I said a man's privilege is usually why they don't understand why a woman is upset over a topic or gender, as this whole thing is about the live, which is about gender. White male privilege is a tool used to shame and silence others. Many see it this way. It's overused and lazy. It's a way to shut people down and control narratives. Man, I knew that this chat was going to be crazy. I thought it would be more people attacking me. Either y'all are deleting those or it just hasn't happened. There is a white male privilege. I'm a white male. I am privileged. Let me give you an example. I worked at a Taco Bell, and I was a manager, a shift manager. And the store manager, obviously I'm a white guy, and the store manager was a black guy, and he was new. He'd only been working at the store for like a week. And the town that we worked in was mostly white people that lived in the town. We were closing one night and we got off work. And when we got off work, he and I were just standing in front of the store, just bullshitting, talking, having a good time for a little bit. And it was like maybe 2 a.m. And while we're talking, a police car pulls into the parking lot and drives really slow past us and then pulls out into the road. And I see my boss's face. And like, I automatically knew. I'm like, that cop pulled through the parking lot because he saw a black guy in the parking lot. And my boss, who was actually also my friend, he had become he was a new friend. And he was like, I should probably go. And I'm like, no, man, I'm like, screw that. Why don't you just hop in my car, dude? We'll go to my house. And he was like, no, I got to go home. He gets in his car. As soon as he leaves the parking lot, I see the car flip around and go right after him. Went after him. Not the white guy still standing in the parking lot all by himself. That's an example of white privilege. Oh, I see people are clapping stuff or retracting stuff. Give me a minute. Let's see what y'all are saying. I just want to read the chat for a little bit, and then we're going to get through. There's like 2 more sections, and then we're on the apology. Oh, by the way, if you guys want to know what happened to my boss, who happened to be black, that the cop went after, I didn't find this out till the next day. He got pulled over. They harassed him. They broke his tail light, busted his window, and took him to jail. And their argument was they pulled him over for a busted tail light, but the tail light wasn't busted until they fucking busted it. And there was another time I was like, yo, man, let's go to the bar. Like, he and I had gotten off work. I'm like, let's go to the bar. And he was like, I don't know, man. Bar around here, I don't know. And I'm like, dude, you're with me. You're going to be fine. That's white privilege. If the black guy's with the white guy at the bar, that's white privilege. He going to be okay if he's with me. He did go to the bar with me. He met my friends. My friends had no problem with him. Everything was cool. We had a good time. But it just sucks. Now you can put that whole situation in with a female. Like, a female will only feel comfortable if they know, a certain guy or, whatever, kind of like almost like a protector sort of thing. And it sucks that that's got to happen. It's the same with my friend who only felt safe because he was the only black guy in the bar, but he was with me, the white guy that everybody was cool with. White privilege. All right, let's move to 106. I think this is close enough. Let me get on camera.
I keep finding more and more and more,
Yeah.
and I'm
I've been
trying
listening to interviews, and there's just so many. Yeah.
And I think that just shows like there's a difference. I'm just going to go off the rails here.
And I didn't catch it. Where's the highlight? But shout out to Scarborough for being a member for 12 months. It's been a year on the main channel. Shout out to you.
With content creators that we all know, like when we talk about like Seg and Beardo, they're the two that usually come up a lot. Mm-hmm. They do a lot of reaction videos.
True. Side-Eye Guy, you do a lot of reaction videos. So does Beardo. Now, you might argue and say, well, I'm critiquing. You cannot critique without reacting. So you are a debunker, but you still also fall under reaction.
So it's sitting there. There's not an in-depth history. There's not in-depth research. There's not a lot of time spent tracking down interviews and articles and stuff like that. They do reactions. So I think that's why they put contact out so fast. Did Kenny just say you guys to the ladies?
I say you guys.
So this is yeah. So this is my problem. And this is what I was told Seg had a problem with. Seg, Beardo, and a bunch of other creators, y'all don't do as much research as Stevi or Florio in your videos. And it's very evident because it takes them way longer to put out content than it does you guys. You guys need to get that content out as quick as possible. Seg, Beardo. Talking to you more specifically. So you can't dive as hard as some of these other debunkers. Okay, that's why I've said if you were to put say Stevi and Side Eye Guy next to each other, who does more research? Hands down, Stevi. That doesn't mean that Side Eye Guy does not do research. I'm just saying that, and this is the issue that Seg had, was like, yo, I'm not a reaction channel, and yes, I do research, and I did not take this as, oh, you're just a reaction channel, you don't do research. I do a lot of reaction comedy, debunking, researching, interviewing, exposing, deep dives, and outright silly stuff. But this wasn't what I meant by misrepresenting. Well, you can clarify when you come up later, because the way the apology that Kenny put, that's how I'm explaining it, that's how it seems. That's how I took it. So, let's see. We're going to move on to 133.44.
It was a long time ago.
We talked about the kinds of shows are out there.
Yeah.
Seg and Beardo are more comedic and less emphasis on the history.
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
yeah, it was mentioned, you folks mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
But that's kind of like what we were talking about, was that Beardo and Seg kind of do more comedic type shows that are more fun, and they do not look in very much depth like you folks do.
Yeah.
Those things. So, and that was meant before you talked about
Yeah.
Right.
I think it also like depends on what we're talking about. I know like sometimes like I go into the history of something and it would be highly inappropriate for me to make a joke about it.
Mm-hmm.
I do try making jokes, and one of my first ones I talk about Hamilton and Burr's the gun thing that they do when the duel, and I made a meme of because the place that Burr haunts in New York City, which is named after Paul Revere for some reason, sells burgers, and I took the famous picture of Burr offing Hamilton where he's like this, and I like have Burr holding a burger and Hamilton going, "That's one good burger."
It's hard. It's hard to make history interesting and engaging, and also be funny. That's a lot. That's a lot to do.
Yeah. One thing I will say about the debunkers that make comedy out of it, they do make sure they get their facts right, and if they do get one wrong, they'll correct it, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So even though they are making light or making fun in certain aspects, they make sure what they do put out is correct.
But I think Kenny was right before when he said like Seg and Beardo do a lot of reacting, where like it's not like we're watching silent films and going, those silly billies, they're so weird.
Silly billies?
I'm trying to be nice.
I tried doing a reaction video one time. That was too much work. I prefer the history. That's so much easier.
It's hard to clip it up and make it shorter.
Oh, God,
I feel like I take 2 hours to react to a 30 minute video.
Really? It's so true. Yeah, it's tough.
So obviously I do a lot of reacting. And so like this is why I'm breaking up this live stream and like, okay, I got to timestamp this one because it's so long, you know. Like so like say Side Eye Guy and Beardo, if they were to break down a video this long, they would have to watch the whole thing. They would have to find the clips that they need. Then they got to write whatever script for whatever video that they're doing. They got to be comedic, and you know, then they got to do some research. So it's a lot going on, and they have a timeline. Like, Seg, you might tell me you don't have a deadline for your videos, but you do. There's a shelf life for certain topics. Like just as a YouTuber, like I know that, but you know, it's a lot of work, and so these comedic debunkers, like Side Eye Guy and Beardo. They just, you know, they're comedic. They joke around. You don't really see Stevi joking around her videos. It's because that's not what her content is. It's the same with Joan. It's the same with Florio. Like it's real serious. Here's the facts. That's fine. That's great. You know.
I think they're good at what they do, and I agree with you. Like Beardo and I. Oh, Julianne has been a member for 15 months.
Yay!
Nice. Beardo, like at least twice, I've corrected him on something. Like not just said, "Hey, you did this wrong." Mm-hmm. I've shown him videos. I've sent him videos and said, "Here's the recreation. This is how it was likely done." Or how it could have been done. Yeah. And he's immediately put out another video correcting it, which is great. I love that about him. And that's the way it should be. But yeah, the reaction channels, I can't do. Like, I think I'm in the same boat.
Too much.
I already talk too much.
I know.
And can you imagine there'd be like a screen up here, like with their video and me going, "Oh yeah, fuck that."
Pause.
That's stupid.
Talk about this.
No.
There are certain people that talk too much. So like I think I said this before, Seg, when he reacted to Dolly's shitty ass video addressing stuff without whatever, he was reacting to her and like he was pausing it like way too much. And like, I'm like, dude, just do certain, like play a section and then talk about it. Like he'd get triggered by something that Dolly would say and just immediately want to respond. And I get that. But like, that's why I didn't react to him reacting to it. He did it live. If he would have done a recording of that, he would have broke it down way better.
No.
Like it would be a whole 10-hour show.
Like
1 hour show would be a 10-hour.
Yeah.
It would be way too long.
Yeah.
I can't live react. I have to watch it several times and choose the things I want to react to. Otherwise, it's gonna be 3 or 4 hours.
Right,
I can't just put it all. Yeah.
And then you get.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would say Seg is not the best at live reactions, just based on what I've seen. He's, you know, at least when he's extremely passionate about something, because like I think, because then you're just triggered easier to stop. All right, let's get into this apology video. Then I'm going to drop the link. All right. So that podcast happens. All right. So, all right, hang on. So let me ask you all this before we get into this. We're not just going to power through. So based on just the sections that I showed you all, it was mostly about, like, all of that was pretty much about, it's pretty much harder for women in the debunking community, and they don't get the credit that they really deserve. You know, there's a lot of things in there, not just my little extremely vague, you know, description of it. But I didn't see anything that was attacking Seg. The gaslighting is next level. I didn't see anything that was attacking you. Nothing. So when you click the link, I really want you to explain it to me. We're going to watch this apology video and I'll drop it. I'm not gaslighting anyone. I just reacted to it. I don't see a problem with anything on that podcast. But Kenny felt after a phone call or whatever, or a message, I don't know how you communicated with him, Seg, but after you two talked, he felt the need to do this apology.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to another Walking Thoughts. This one's going to be more, I guess, this is a mix of clarification and an apology, because I owe two people an apology. And
who is the second person? Does he even say? Okay. I was confused. You see, this is why, like, when I talk to people on like text messaging, like when people text me, I don't like texting. Because, like, you know, you can read a text message and completely take it the wrong way. So I will believe that, because I'm notorious for that. So let's get into this.
So last night we did a show. We had a panel of ladies on. We had Stevi and Jenny and Joan on.
Oh shit!
And then Donna.
I'm totally like, see, I'm a jackass. You guys can't even see this shit. Next time, tell me, hey Dust, we can't see shit. Stop being stupid. See, I'm bad. I'm being bad at reacting today. It's because I'm so fucked and I'm just trying to get through this.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to another Walking Thoughts. This one's going to be a more, I guess, this is a mix of clarification and an apology, because I owe two people an apology. And so last night we did a show. We had a panel of ladies on. We had Stevi and Jenny and Joan on. And then Donna was there, of course. And then we had Obscure Reference Man, Tim, in the background. And the topic was talking about like more female representation in the debunking community. I'm not going to get into too much of that because it's a difficult topic. And I think it's one of those topics that when it's brought up, there is a knee-jerk reaction by many of us, and it's a natural I can't talk. A natural knee-jerk reaction to pick a side, because it always kind of feels like it's man versus woman, male female kind of debate.
Now let me ask you guys this: does this feel like a male versus female debate right now? Does it feel like a male-female debate with a little bit of white privilege thrown in there? Or is it what it was, what it should have been, what the intention was, to just talk about what it's like to be a female creator in the debunking scene? Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's male, female. That's what it feels like, male versus female. Or 2 if you think that it's still on topic with the message of the live stream, which is, this is what it's like for us as females in the debunking community. We'll continue.
But we talked about it. It was something that the ladies were coming up to visit. They want to talk about it. Let them talk about it. And I gave commentary, and that's where I screwed up.
Well, I'm only asking because that's what, like Kenny was saying. Oh, like it's a knee-jerk male versus female thing. Like literally, he just said it.
A little bit. Let me explain. So, giving examples, we were talking about different channels and how they grow, how they're popular, how they upload, what kind of channels they were, and I mentioned Seg, the side-eye guy, and Beardo. So my issue is that, and this is my issue, not theirs, my issue is that I bring up examples and then mid-sentence or a sentence later, I switch in my head to talking about groups or channels in general. And I did this last night and it was a mistake. So I brought up Side-Eye Guy and Beardo, and I called them reactionary channels.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Seg, you're a reaction channel. Beardo, you're a reaction channel. Fight me. Yes, you're more than that, but I think you also fall under reaction.
And I think there's a lot of reaction that goes on. That I don't think that's inaccurate.
No.
However, I was making comparison between reactionary videos and in-depth videos that go into like the research and history and investigation and focus on a topic. And I screwed up. This is where I screwed up because
what I don't understand where you screwed up. All you did was explain Beard on Side Eye Guy, they do more reaction-based content and don't do as in-depth as, like, say, maybe someone like Stevi. That's true. So what is there to apologize for? I don't get this.
Both Beardo and Seg both do research.
Yeah, they do.
Looking back and after talking to Seg a little bit ago, because he called and he was upset with me, which is understandable. I mean, we spoke, and before I move on, like I'm glad that we could do that. I'm glad that
it is good that you're able to call and talk to him. But I don't see this as an issue where, and I know Seg, you said in the because I think there was some comments in here and you were like, oh, this didn't even really deserve like an apology video. I agree. I don't think he shouldn't have even needed to do this. Because I don't think whatever issue you had, I don't think was worth any of this.
He could reach out and say, hey, can we chat? And he laid out his issues with me, and we talked about it, and we resolved it. At least I hope we did. I still love you, Seg. But no, I think we resolved it. But he brought up the issues, and when I talked about comparing channels and channel types, I was trying more to show a difference or to highlight a difference in approach, the type of video that's being done. But again, I misspoke by calling them reactionary channels and leaving it at that.
Listen, all right, I don't care. Like, the way Kenny just made it seem like you, Seg, was just like, yo, I don't call me a reaction channel. Don't do that. Like, what? Like, no, dude, really? It's one of the categories you fall under. And I don't understand why you're going to get that upset over it. And you know, I mean, how many you've received false copyright claims for reacting to stuff, you know?
Because we got some thievery out here.
Like, we've had people, like, we've had that. I've had that. Beardo's had that from showing, like, content. Like, I'm showing other people's content. I'm showing a lot of Kenny's stuff right now. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with someone saying, yeah, you do a lot of reactions, or you also fall under the classification of a reaction channel.
Because that's not entirely accurate. I know
it isn't. There's more to it. It's fine. I know that there's more to it. You're more than a reaction channel. But if somebody were to ask, or if somebody were to say, yeah, Side Eye Guy does reactions, and say, yeah, he does. He does reactions, debunking, whatever. It's not really an issue.
That Side Eye Guy does a lot of research. Excuse me.
And I never denied that. I'm sure, Side Eye Guy, that you have done research. You've gone out of your way to contact people, to get interviews and to get the actual story. So I'm gonna give you. I'll always give you that.
Whew. The beer I had for lunch is coming back.
The beer you had for lunch? How many, Kenny? How many beers did you have? Okay, I need to know. And what kind of beer was it? All right, because I can't drink anymore because of my health, but says a lot about a person, the type of beer that he drinks. I'm just joking.
Excuse me. I know he does a lot of research. He gets research from other people. He works with other people, and he incorporates all that information into his videos. Where it's
Seg has done some deep dive research, debunk videos. He doesn't just do reaction videos. Seg is honest about what his channel is. Yes, I'm not saying that he doesn't do deep dives. I'm just saying that I wouldn't get upset over someone saying, yeah, he does reaction videos. Like, I think in passing, I would have told Kenny, yo, in the future, like, it's cool. Yes, I do reactions, but just include, like, hey, you know, I do debunks and stuff too. Like, come on. Like, it isn't really like, it's not that deep. That's something that me and Co say all the time. This isn't that deep. It shouldn't have been that deep. And that's the issue that I have with this.
not just a reactionary channel. It is a reactionary research debunking channel. I left debunking out last time too, and he yelled at me for that.
You yelled at him for that? Come on, man.
But I shouldn't laugh. I'm trying to be serious here. And the same goes with Beardo. So
see, the thing is, the people that watch Kenny, also, I think they all watch Seg, so they all know what he does. You know, like, I just don't see the problem with it. Like, I want to like, from now on, I just want to say Seg does reaction videos just because I like fucking with people. Like, what's the big deal?
If Beardo sees the live that we did and hears what I said and gets upset with me, I hope he sees this too, that he does the same thing. He does a lot of reaction videos, but he also looks into a lot of things. He will dig and research locations and equipment. He reaches out.
Dig, bro.
Both
You
gentlemen
like to dig.
have reached out to me for information. They've reached out to other people for information. So I wanted to make clear that it was wrong of me to say that they were only reactionary channels.
But you didn't say that they were only reactionary channels. You said that they do reactions, and you did mention some other things. You critique me for pausing too much? Yes, I sure did. But this is different. This is different because it's me.
And I apologize to both Seg and Beardo for that. That's on me. Because it's there's a lot to this, and I also made a mistake of again generalizing. There's a lot of channels out there that put videos out like every day or every other day. Seg corrected me and said that he puts out a video like every 5 or 6 days. So I was wrong on that, because we were talking about video popularity and getting views and getting into algorithms and stuff. And yeah, the more you post, the more you're out there. And we brought that topic up about when you post, because I don't post. I post once a week as a live stream. Other than that, I don't post except for Walking Thoughts, which is like maybe every other week or a couple days, or depending on when I get outside.
I'm gonna pause it. Don't get mad at me, Seg. I will say, because of all these walking videos, it's hard to get a good picture of Kenny. So, because look, you don't get like his full face or features, so it's harder.
When it's nice out, like today, and I can walk. So I don't post a lot. So I don't think I probably don't get a lot of traffic because of that. And most of my bigger videos are posted on CFI, which is, again, that's every other month maybe, because it takes me so long with all my other duties and jobs here at CFI. It takes me a while to get a video out. So I guess, like, Seg raised the concern that it sounded like I was talking down about both him and Beardo.
I didn't take it that way at all. I didn't take it that way at all. Like, it was just a difference in how content and the research is being done. It's not okay. Let's continue.
And that's not what I meant. I have a lot of respect for both of them. I truly think that I consider them friends, and I'm always there if they need help, you know, if they ask for something. So if I gave that impression, I apologize. I'm sorry, because that's my fault. I shouldn't have done that. I should have explained it a little bit better, or described it better. I think that's what it is. Described it better. I'm really, it's killing me. It's really killing me that I made people feel like that didn't deserve it. So I hope they're okay with it. I hope they understand that that's not what I meant last night. Again, in the course of the discussion, I'm not trying to make excuses here. It's just during the discussion of a difficult topic, especially when we're talking about more female representation in the paranormal, it's hard for me to articulate some of my thoughts because I'm a man, and I'm always worried.
Let it go. No, this is what I do. I cover paranormal news, paranormal drama. There is no letting it go.
I'm also always concerned about how my comments are going to come across. And in putting so much concern on my wording and making sure I didn't cross the line there, I completely ignored the line that I crossed, which insulted people that I know, people that are my friends, and I really feel bad about this.
See, that's why I don't like text. I read the chat and I get confused half the time. It's fine.
It sucks. Yeah. I really don't know what else to say from there. Except that I did talk to Seg, and I talked to a few other people this morning that brought up concerns. And hopefully we're okay now. I think we're okay. And I've learned a lesson where I need to watch what I say better.
I don't think so.
And I guess not get caught up in just one concern. Make sure I understand all the concerns that have to do with the topic that we're talking about and act accordingly. Learn 2 hard lessons like that. One was behind the scenes, and you guys didn't hear about that. But yeah, I hope this makes sense. If you watched the live last night, then you probably understand what I'm talking about. If you didn't, it's probably really confusing what this is. I'm sorry. But I just wanted to get that out, because after talking to him and making sure everything was good, I don't know who this person is that's driving behind me. That shouldn't be in here, because there's no reason for them to be in here. Stand by. Now they're turning around. I guess they came in here by mistake. You always got to be careful. I'm always worried when cars slowly pull in to the driveway.
I do the same thing.
And like creep up behind you, especially with the work that I do. Okay. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, so I did talk to Seg. We talked a lot. I mean, he talked a lot. Sorry. I mean, he talks. I talk a lot. And it was also brought up to me that I should have talked less last night. I don't know if I agree with that, but probably given what I'm apologizing for in this video, I probably should have spoken less. I mean, that probably would have saved me the embarrassment. And
I don't think you said anything wrong, but
and stress of doing this. But yeah, I guess my lesson here for this Walking Thoughts is be mindful of everything. Be mindful of what you're talking about. Be mindful when you give examples and use specific people. I think I'm going to stop doing that. At least people that I know. Maybe stop. I'm probably not going to, because I can't help but use examples of people that I know. But I just have to think it through better, because usually I use the examples in a much better context. This one, I tripped and stumbled and fell flat on my face. So yeah, I guess think it through when you're going to use anyone as an example. When you're trying to get a point across, make sure you thoroughly, I guess, give them, how do I say it? Give them what they're due. You know, like, again, like, I misrepresented Seg. I called his channel a reactionary channel, and it was more than that. It is more than that. I mean,
well, everybody knows that it's more than that, and I don't think that anyone should have took it as you saying, "Oh, he just does reactions." That's why I'm laughing at this. I'm like, dude, I think there was nothing to apologize for. Like, literally, if I would have said this to someone that that I know online, they might jokingly say something back. You know, like I did a reaction to Lord Beagle, and in the comments he's like, dude, you're looking at my name and you spelled it wrong. You know, we're just joking around in the comments. Like, he didn't take offense to it. Like,
does do a lot of research. He does do a lot of work behind the scenes. And he does, and Beardo too. Like, Beardo does a lot of work behind the scenes, and we don't see it. And I feel bad. Like, I hope he doesn't freak out on me. I mean, if he does, you know, it's deserved. But I hope he doesn't. I hope he sees this first, and then it's like, okay, maybe he apologized, so it's okay. I hope. Now I'm just rambling as I walk.
See, now you just had me thinking about a fucking cupcake. Thanks. Let me know what kind.
Anyway, so I hope no matter what you think of the show last night, I hope there were some points that maybe you took away that made you think a little bit more on them. I know not everyone's going to agree with everything. I know there's going to be some people that don't agree with anything. And it's very difficult when you talk about that kind of role, and who gets more representation or who doesn't get representation, and this and that. And it's very difficult when you put it out there in public, because it's an emotionally charged kind of topic. And I'm pretty sure I said this last night, and I'm going to say it again now, that I don't think it matters. It shouldn't matter what you look like. It matters what you bring to the table and your attitude. So if you have information, if you have knowledge, if you have skills that you can bring.
Just tell me how this became about Kenny disrespecting the topic. I don't think it was Kenny disrespecting the topic. Who was the first to complain? My answer to that, in my opinion, would be Seg. But let's continue. We got to get through this because we got to drop the link.
To the table and help understand something better. That should be really the primary thing that matters, and then right underneath that, the attitude that you bring with it, because some people, you know, are assholes. Some people are like that, where they bring the information or the knowledge and they are a dick about it. And in that case, I probably wouldn't listen to them anyway, because I'd go to somebody else. But for me, it's like anytime I'm doing research and I think about, all right, I need this information, or I need a consultation, I need an expert, I think about, who do I know that is an expert in this area, or who has this information, who might have this information.
Okay, Chris, you're fucking wrong, because nobody said shit until Kenny did this apology video. Kenny did this apology video, and we found out that Seg contacted Kenny and had an issue with that, with some things that were said. Okay? It had nothing to do with fucking Florio. So, no. I mean, yeah, after the video dropped, people all weighed in on it, especially, like, it was Beardo in the comments. And you know what? After this, we are going to show some of the comments, just a few of them. I have all of them, but
I don't think, like, is there a man out there that knows this, or a woman out there that knows this? I don't think. Is it a white guy, a black guy, a Chinese guy? I don't think about that kind of stuff. I think about who has the information that I need, and would they be willing to share it with me? So I think that's I hope that's the takeaway from last night, at least from my perspective. But I feel I don't know if I got that across at all. Again, from my point of view and from what I said, I'm all befuddled this morning. Anyway, I'm going to keep walking a little bit more. I hope you guys are having a good weekend. Better than mine. No, I did have fun. I take that back. So I enjoyed most of last night. I think we had fun.
Most of last night? What didn't you enjoy? But I'm glad you had fun, and the people that were there. I heard that Stevi had fun, that Joan had fun. Jenny, I think that's the other girl's name. They all had fun, which is great, you know.
I did give the ladies a tour. We met them. I went to a horror garage sale this morning, which was crowded as fuck. The kind where it's like you couldn't walk normally down the aisles. You had to wait for the line of people to have a break so that you could squeeze through the people that were all packed into the aisle. I did get a few things, a bunch of Fate magazines, and then I got that was a bug. A bug just came out, and I was like, I did a Neo. What else did I get? I got a couple issues of Fate magazine. I got a couple. What did I get? Oh, I got a camera. I got a vintage camera, antique camera that was like bright red. It looks like it was in the box forever because it's so clean. It's got the flash that comes out the side instead of the top. I like that. What else did I get? I got something else. I'm trying to think of what else I got. Again, I'm all befuddled today. I think I'm just gonna chill and watch like a movie or something and reflect on this week. So yeah, hope you have a good weekend, a nice day, and remember, never stop learning. Bye.
Never stop learning. Okay, so I do want to say this because I already know some people are going to say this. Oh, Florio or somebody probably told me to do this live stream. No. As soon as I saw this apology video, I messaged all of the other creators that I know, and I was like, I'm going to do a live stream on this. So let me see if I can find. I want to find some of these comments real quick. So here in the comments of this, we had Beardo. Beardo was talked about. I'm a debunker and a reaction channel. I see no negative in it either. I fuse two worlds. I'm also a critic, a shite comedian, and gamer. I ain't upset with anyone. I don't see what the, like, hey, Beardo took it the exact way he should have. Oh, here we have the paranormal engineer. Hey, Kenny, I think you are a hell of a role model, not only in this community, but for me personally. The Skeptical Help Bar is hands down my favorite show on YouTube, and I always learn so much. I agree with you that in this community, it doesn't matter who you are. It's about the work, which, yeah, and he does say that in the podcast. We put in research. I am happy to work with and reach out to anyone regardless of sex, and I think the community is really good about that. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right, what else we got? We have like a lot of shit. I'm not gonna focus on all of these, like because you know, I didn't message Seg and say, hey, I'm doing a video on this. It's, hey, I'm gonna cover this, and I don't message people because I drop the link. And if you don't catch my live, you can send me a message, you know, and we can link up later. You know, that's kind of the way I see it. So, of course, Side Eye Guy says, thanks, Kenny. I can see some people in the comments are here unnecessarily politicizing a private conversation between friends. What Kenny and I talked about had nothing to do with the broader subject matter of the actual live stream, which I agreed with a lot of the points made in the live stream. It's concerning that some people are so quick. Oh, you know what? Did I get the rest of this? Yeah, I think I did. Let's see. So quick to judge, attack, and make ignorant assumptions. But unfortunately, this doesn't surprise me anymore. I had an issue with what Kenny said about my channel, and I raised it with Kenny privately. Kenny didn't need to make this video. I agree. Because everything he said privately to me, but he can speak his mind on his own platform however he sees fit. Of course, I wasn't looking for a public apology or anything like that. It doesn't need to be made into a big deal. Yeah, but I still cover stuff. But with YouTube being YouTube, it probably will. I don't see it going much more past what I'm doing, unless other people react to stuff. I accepted Kenny's apology. I don't even think he needed to apologize, but okay. And his reasoning on what he said is not a big deal, guys. Chill. There's a few others. I'm just going to highlight the people that I know. I understood perfectly well that what you meant between the different styles. The audience did as well. No one in the chat was saying Seg and Beardo are only reaction channels. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think anyone took it that way. Also, I don't remember you saying they are only reactionary channels. I find this nitpicky. I agree. I could call you and be nitpicky at times and words. She's been nitpicky towards me. Sometimes I get frustrated with it, but it's whatever. Used in other shows you have had, but I understand the nuance and I don't take it this way. Honestly, it comes across as sorry I let women speak their minds and now I'm making sure the men feel better about things discussed. God forbid women speak up about the issues we face or whole lives, and they bleed into YouTube too. Anyway, you can file this as my nitpicky complaint. Also, you don't need to speak less. Everyone got to speak and say their points. I do agree with that. You don't, like, you keep saying, like, I need to speak less. I need to speak less. It's your damn podcast. I want to hear what you have to say as well. I don't think you need to talk less at all. And of course, and I'm not going to read all of this, but, like, you know, there were some arguments. You guys can go back and look at these, but there's a lot of arguing going back with Florio. I'm not going to read all of these because we're going to be here all fucking night. I can't do that. I didn't know what I was going to use and what I wasn't going to use, you know? And also, I did screen record both of these videos, the podcast and the apology, because whenever, it seems to be whenever I cover certain things, videos like to disappear. And I'm not saying Kenny would have deleted it. It's just people see thumbnails, people make assumptions, and then people start to delete shit. All right, so it is going to be link drop time. I'm going to play a couple songs because I missed. Oh shit. Test. Hang on. Oh. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jeebus. I'm going to be dropping the link. I'm going to play a couple songs because I was supposed to take my medication a half hour ago. I got to take my meds. I got to get a water. So everyone, calm down. I'm going to play a couple songs. And then people can come up. I will drop the link when I play the second song. I have to take my meds.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll be right back.
Yeah. Turn it up. Static calm. Here we go. Yeah. Dust in the feed, hit record, no sleep. Truth unlocked, no keys. Paranormal beef, spirits flex. Hunters mad, eagles wreck. Cold cases, hot mics, ghost stories, knife fights. Who fake what, who got caught? Dust break it down, line by thought. Laughs first, facts stay, troll a bit, then explain. Cross that line, he won't hide, owns the mess, takes the ride. Dust productions, clear the smoke. Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lines, hands up, hands up. Dust Productions, night to day. If it's messy, on display. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lines, hands up, hands up. YouTube wars, screenshots rain, sub counts drop, pride in flames. Call out vids, fake apologies, dust cut through, no mythology. Receipt stack, time stamp, spin don't work. Facts glam, coming fights, keyboard rage. Dust stay cool, calm the stage. Jokes fly, chat laugh, but the point always lands. Say it straight, no disguise, on the wrong, look alive, look alive, Dust Productions, clear the smoke, Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, not hands up, Dust Productions, night to day. If it's messy, on display. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, not hands up. Power Rangers, morphin' time. Old heroes cross lines. Yeah. Suit actors, fan debates, convention beef. Yeah. Long delays. Yeah. Red and blue. Yeah. Gold and black. Dust got law way back. Yeah. Respect earned when it's due. Call the mess. Call the truth, yeah. No cape, no ghost, just a mic that cuts close. No hiding, no spin, accountability wins, yeah. Dust Productions, clear the smoke, yeah. Drama loud, truth gets spoke. I'm a Dustbusters locked in, sweep it clean, all in, yeah. Dust Productions, end of dust, yeah. If it's chaos, trust the dust. I'm a, yeah. Hit subscribe, stay sharp, yeah. Dust out, now, dust out, yeah. Yeah, hit subscribe. Stay sharp, just out, yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna play the second song. I'm gonna drop the link. All right.
Yeah. Dust Productions. No pause. No slow down. Run it. Upload, drop, click, play. Truth, flash, no delay. Frame, pause, zoom in, light, crack. Here we go again. Old fame, red zone. Same stories, getting old. Smile, fake, check, date, paper trail, can't debate. Screen glow, midnight. Facts hit, street fight. No talk, just proof. Every edit, bulletproof. Dust has no limit to what he will do. Holla if you see him coming through. Coming through. Truth move quick, no time to choose. Once it hit a lie, yeah, you know. Dust has no limit to what he will do. Holla if you see him coming through. No disguise, no excuse. When the facts.
The link has been dropped.
Hit that link, motherfucker.
Show up, what you do. Ghost clips, fake fear, cold breath, not here. EMF, spike, glitch, just rewind, catch, switch, door slam, loop sound, footstep, planet ground, shock face, pre-planned, dust exposed, understand, cut, paste, jump scare, edit tricks everywhere. They sell vibes, dust sell facts, math talk, they backtrack. Dust has no limit to what he will do. Holla if you see him coming through. Truth move quick, no time to choose. Once it hit a lie, yeah, you know. Dust has no limit to what he will do. Holla if you see him coming through. No disguise, no excuse. When the facts show up, what you do. 2020 cents, no rest, soft talk, stress test, green light, they freeze, receipts drop, dead silence, no rage, no scream, just show what's seen, no leash, no deal, truth move, always real, built fake, collapse, one thread unwrap, once posted can undo, Dust Production, true breakthrough, Dust has no limit to what he will do, holla if you see him coming through, Dust has no limit to what he will do, holla if you see him coming through. Truth don't slow, truth don't bend. Dust. Truth don't slow, truth don't bend. Dust.
All right. I did hear some people click my link. All right. Normally I would get rid of some tabs, but ooh, we do have two people. I don't know if Seg is actually going to, he said he was going to click my link. He has not. I thought he would have been the first one. Who knows? Maybe he's busy. Maybe he'll come in later. I don't know. But the first person, I got two people. I'm going to bring in this first person. Let me get to start virtual camera. StreamYard. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Vic.
Hello! Hey, I fixed the lighting, everyone. Greetings, travelers.
There you are. I don't think it's rare when you turn on your camera, man. You know?
It is. It absolutely is.
Must mean that this is important.
Yeah, it seems pretty important. I was told that someone has a grievance with me, And I was actually told that about 2 lives ago. It was a Saturday night. Well, Sunday morning, I was asleep. So I figured if we were going to do this, I should probably be here and make it an occasion. By the way, how are you, Dust?
It's been a rough day. I didn't even know if I was going to go live. I'm like, no, I got this thumbnail and everything. People are already gonna, like, I didn't want to put it off because then it would just build up even more. But, you know, I'm here. I don't think I went as hard as I wanted to because of it, but maybe it's a good thing.
Yeah, that's okay. The chat was kind of going off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like Ko says, it's just a regular Tuesday for, you know, people like me and Ko.
Yeah.
You know. But so you said someone had a grievance with you, so tell us your story. What you got for us?
Oh, it kind of involves all of us, and like I don't want to get in too much. Now, I wanted to be here tonight in case they wanted to address me face to face for old time's sake. If they don't, I'm happy to yield the floor. However, what I don't want to happen is I leave the chat and then they wait for me to go and then they come in. I'm not playing stupid games. So I'm happy to talk. I have a few questions of my own, and you know who you are.
Gotcha. Okay. Just a typical call out on a Dust Paranormal stream.
What better place?
Well, you know, that's craziness happens over here. That's what my channel is. But yeah, man. I don't know. What do you think of the live stream tonight?
I thought it was interesting in a good way. We're learning a lot about intersectionality. Sorry, I'm a communist. But you know, what the heck? Yeah, that's the best way I could put it without being inflammatory.
Gotcha.
By the way, I am willing to sit in the background of the StreamYard thing awkwardly. Like, if you need me, if you want to have other people on, that's fine.
You're saying just in case someone else decides to come up so you can have that face-to-face, I would absolutely give you that opportunity.
Okay, yeah, and I can pop in for the occasional zinger. You know me, that was my role after all.
Okay, cool, because we do have the man of the hour here. So, all right, well,
hey, Seg.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop you down. Florio is in the back. I'm gonna let Side-Eye Guy come up first, and then Florio. Okay.
Okay. Absolutely.
So, all right. Thank you, Vic.
Thank you. I'll mute.
All right, guys. This is the man of the hour. One of the top. Well, I'd say the main topic of this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Side-Eye Guy.
How's it going? You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay, man. I'm okay. I took my meds and
Feeling
everything.
good?
Yeah, I'm feeling
Not
all
really?
right. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. So how?
No, I mean, are you feeling good? Like, how are you feeling?
If you really want to know, like, the past few days, it's been I've been having trouble breathing. My body's been aching. Been tired all the time. It doesn't matter how much I sleep. I slept for 10 hours and I'm still dead. Like when this stream ends, I'll be able, like, I probably won't. I'll probably be on voice chat later, but I could probably walk over to my bed right now, lay down and wake up probably tomorrow afternoon. Like, it's just like that, you know?
Mate, if you don't mind, you don't have to answer this, by the way. How many bouts of chemo have you gone through? You don't have to answer it.
No chemo because I don't.
Oh, really? Okay.
No insurance.
Oh, that's still a thing.
It's still a thing.
Fuck, man, I don't understand America.
Well, see, the thing is, I can pay for it. I can't afford it, but I can get it. I've paid for insurance, but it doesn't kick in yet. Like, you can use it when you get to open enrollment, and it's not the open enrollment period. I think it's coming up, but I've already paid for insurance, so it's like I just have to wait. So yeah, it's all a bunch of fucking bullshit.
I don't understand how your country works with this, man. I sincerely, whatever's, all the bullshit aside tonight, I just really hope, man, you just get through this as best you possibly can and as quick as you possibly can. And, sorry you got to go through what you got to go through.
Yeah, man, it's rough. But...
Okay, so on with what we're talking about. I'm not sure where to begin, to be perfectly honest.
Me neither, to be honest.
So what I think I'll start with saying here is that this was a private talk between me and Kenny.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to start things off by asking a question, actually. Wasn't the general consensus, and I'm not sure if it was your last live stream or live stream before, when we all kind of, from what I understand, a lot of people was saying, myself included, was saying that the Shape should have contacted Debunk Paranormal privately for any grievances he had.
Yeah, that was my last stream. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what it feels like here is that we all agree that that's what should be done, especially when it's inside the inner circles of the debunking space. And when I do this with Kenny, and I contacted him privately, I had no intention of this going public in any way, shape, or form. That was Kenny's decision, and I'm not going to, I support Kenny. It's his, like I said in the comment, it's his channel to do whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the criticism has come to me for daring to speak to a friend, and I really think that needs to be emphasized. Kenny Biddle is a good friend of mine. Even though we live on the other side of the world, we talk often. We've met up a lot, considering how far apart we live. We've met up quite a lot of times. I get along with Kenny very well. So there was an issue that I have. Now, I'm not going to defend myself with the issue that I had. If anyone wants to turn around and said I was butthurt, if you want to say I took things too personally, you're welcome. You're welcome to do so. However, the issue that I have with Kenny should have been private, but it isn't anymore. So if anyone wants to have their opinions on that, feel free, because now it's obviously public. What I don't appreciate is somehow this being twisted in a way that affected the broader issues that were said in that live stream, because I did make the effort, like everyone wanted Shape to make the effort, to keep this private. So I suppose my thing is, how can I win?
Well, I will say I don't think the issue was you contacting Kenny. I would say.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you so soon, but like it is though, because I made the effort to make it private, but people they're making the effort, and you can see it in the comments on Kenny's video, that they are having to go at me for even bringing it up, because even bringing it up privately has somehow affected the talking points that a lot of women of the discussion of women in the debunking or paranormal space. And at no point was that brought up in the one-on-one with me and Kenny. So I'll go back. So I'll keep my mouth shut. I just asked, what can I do, or what could I have done better? Other than perhaps not saying it at all, I'll take that on the chin, but I did, because that's how I felt. No. And we can talk about that a little bit more later, but for now, I just really want to get to the bottom of considering I made the effort to make it private, and I'm still getting a lot of criticism from people, what could I do better?
No, for me, I can speak for myself. I don't think...
And that's open for anyone in the comments. I would love to hear people in the comments.
Right.
Tell me what I could have done better here, because it seems I feel like I'm being treated very harshly for a private conversation, but please go ahead.
Well, I don't have an issue with you reaching out necessarily. Like, I think it's fine that you contacted your friend and you were like, hey, I have an issue with this or this. if it's what was said, like I've said, like, oh, it's like the whole reaction channel thing. Like, I think that's more of like, I wouldn't have taken that too seriously at all.
Yep. No, I understand that. We all have different. I can discuss that a little bit further. To a certain point, I still think, considering this should have been kept private, there's only so much I would like to discuss that. But I think the broader point being, and I'll repeat it, am I not allowed to talk about this? Like, am I not allowed to talk to a friend privately about an issue I have with what he said, whether I'm right or wrong? The mere fact that I said it to him is where a lot of people have had so much issues. And again, somehow linking it back to being overshadowing the focal, and it has overshadowed the focal, the main point. And it has. And that's not me. I think anyone with any ounce of common sense here can clearly see that's not me. I haven't made a video about this. I haven't made a live stream about it. I didn't make a post about it.
Nope. No, because
I'm not going to even extend that criticism to Kenny, because Kenny felt bad in that moment.
I don't
clear the air. He's got every right to do that. So again, like, what could I have done better?
I think that without knowing everything that you discussed, which I don't, just knowing what I know about, like I said, with the reaction channel thing, whatever, stuff like that, I think that if you were upset about that, I think there was no reason to be, number one. Number two,
Dust, with the greatest respect, I accept that, but I mean, I suppose I really need to pinpoint the point I'm making it, because I'm so puzzled by it.
Let me get there. Number two, I understand that Kenny's the type of person that, like, if someone that he cares about is upset, obviously you were upset, he's going to feel bad and he's going to feel the need to do an apology, when in fact in the comments you said it wasn't even necessary. If you had a private conversation and no one's arguing about this at all, there was nothing in the comments of that live stream or anything about any of this until Kenny did that apology video and said that, oh, you guys talked. The issue is, like, it never even should have come up. If you guys, like, and I'm sure you guys are good friends, it should have been to the point where, like, oh yeah, well, maybe next time, like, yeah, just maybe include this, it's whatever, I'm not really upset, and it should have just been completely stayed off the internet. I don't think that's something that's completely in your hands, because it's like, I think it's weird that you would be upset over something like that. Like,
I'm happy to discuss that, but I still want to get down to the bottom, because of essentially getting criticized for talking about an issue I have with a friend. That's the privately. That's the bit I want to really focus on, not what the issue was.
And like
I said, I'm happy to talk about it.
Okay, so
the fact that I can't, I'm struggling to move on from this.
Okay.
Because, like, I'm going to repeat it, like, what we all went on, and I agree with a lot you said, like, you know, Shape should have made it private. Shape should have made it private. Everyone said that. You were saying it, Fleury was saying it, loads of people were saying that that was the big problem that Shape had. He should have made it private and he should have talked about it, and then none of this would have come to light. I do that. It still came to light. And I literally even said in the comment section, I don't want a drama to come of this. And it is snowballed into something that I'm genuinely shocked about. Mm-hmm. And I think there's some very big tells about what some people have sort of said during this whole thing, which I think is very alarming. But I cannot get my head around essentially what I feel like is like I'm being, there's a certain amount of, that the criticism I'm getting is talking to my fucking friend privately. Which I think I'm perfectly entitled to do. I think I'm perfectly entitled to have a private conversation with my friends. I actually think Kenny is perfectly entitled to put whatever he wants to talk about in his videos, on his channel.
Oh, yeah.
It's nobody's place to tell Kenny what he can and cannot talk about. So if people want to say, have a criticized me for being upset in the first place, sure, we can discuss that. But the fact that this was brought up at all, and then that is being used to criticize, like as a, hey, you're overshadowing the discussion that was had about women. I'm like, I didn't fucking do that. Kenny didn't do that.
I feel.
Or did he? Maybe you guys disagree with that. Maybe you did. I personally don't think I did.
I think that the apology video opened up this can of worms where it did. That's why it's overshadowed now.
Sorry to interrupt you. It shouldn't have. That's my point. It opened up a can of worms where the worms weren't fucking there. Somebody else brought in these worms, opened them up, and now we're dealing with all this shit here. Maybe you could say the can of worms existed at all because of that conversation I had with Kenny and I, but the worms were not opened by us.
I think it was open. Look, man, sometimes you do a video with the best intentions, and sometimes you have like a negative fallout. So Kenny did that apology video with the best of intentions, but the intention, whatever that intention was, could have made some people feel like, well, now this is going to overpower what was said on that podcast. And I think that's where the snowball started.
Yep. That's a good point. I can understand that. But I guess the question I've got is, who is at fault for this?
I mean, can you put the blame on one person?
I think you could put the blame on some people who have an agenda. Yes.
Okay, so
because this has become fucking insane. I'm not sure how much of the chat you were reading.
Not much of it.
Sorry?
Not much of it.
Yeah, so I would urge you to when this is all done, to try and put your video on
I usually
and try and read as much of the comments as you can.
I usually go back
live chat, I should say, as you can, because it was wild.
I usually go back and read the chat later.
So the point is that I tried to stay out of the live chat as much as I could, and then just some people were messaging me sort of saying this is going insane and all the rest of it. And then I was reading back at some other bits. I was like, wow. And this all came about from a private talk, from a private chat between friends.
So let me ask you this. So you said that some people are starting this because they have some sort of agenda. What agenda? I don't know.
I think it's pretty obvious if you go ahead between reading the comments from certain people.
Okay.
In Kenny's live chat and reading your own live chat, you will see exactly what I'm talking. I think most people can see what I'm talking about.
Okay. All right.
So from there, if we want to talk about now, and I'm happy to talk about this and leave, but if we want to talk about me being annoyed with Kenny in the first place, personally for me, I personally think that there's a bit of a mischaracterization or a bit making it a bit flippant by sort of saying, oh, Kenny just said he was a reaction channel. Why does it matter? Now, this is something that I have had for many years. I've had Danny Moss say this about me. I had Frankie saying this about me. I had other people just sort of saying, oh, he's just a reaction channel. And it is quite clearly used as something to demote. That's how I feel anyway. It's used for something to demote me. Now, listen, am I being butthurt? Am I being sensitive? Am I being this and that? Yeah, sure, maybe I could take that on the chin, but this is how it particularly hurt me because it came from Kenny. Would I have said that if You said it.
It should have hit.
Maybe not. I don't know.
It should have hit different. It should have hit different because it came from a friend, and that you would know that he.
No. Well,
better.
it's funny how you have that because like it did hit different, but it meant more. It's because I respect Kenny. It's because I've got a lot of time for Kenny, and I'm not the only. Listen, I think a lot of people think this is just me. I didn't actually watch the live stream as it was happening. I was busy. And I had quite a lot, 6 or 7 people messaging me sort of saying, hey, you wouldn't believe the kind of shit that was said in this live stream. And some of it was like stuff that I don't want to kind of talk about. Some of like the more, the issues that women are facing on that, because for the most part, I agree with a lot of what was being said on there. So it's not really about that. But like people were sort of saying like, Kenny seemed like he was really, really downplaying what you're about. And I watched it and I'm like, yeah, I kind of felt the same way. Kenny thought he felt that, thought I had a point anyway. Otherwise he wouldn't, because I think what we all got to realize about Kenny, guys, is that he will not apologize if he thinks he's in the right. Like Kenny doesn't apologize lightly. Okay. So, but like, that's not the point. It's going all over the place. I am cool with Kenny. I love Kenny to bits. Like, and after that was discussed, we kind of said, we just laughed and we had a good chat and we're cool with each other. But if you want to say that I was butthurt, I will take that absolutely on the chin, sure. But what I will not accept is because I talked to a friend privately and that he felt that a need or he wanted to discuss this on a video, that we, either of us or just me, whatever you want to say it, is in any way, shape or form guilty of taking away the broader subject matter of what was on that live stream, which had raised some very important points. That is ridiculous. And it's fundamentally untrue.
Okay.
So, I don't know, unless you've got another question for me, I think I've said everything I've got to say. I'm happy to answer any other questions you got. If you want me to clarify anything, happy to do so.
Not really. Well, I will say this, man. So, because whatever, I've already had messages from people and whatnot. My channel, I cover paranormal news, paranormal drama, stuff like that. I react to your stuff.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. I think I know where you're going with this one. Sorry to cut you off, but I do that. I've got ADHD.
You're fine.
I've got no real issue with you. I mean, you've come to conclusions I disagree with, but I've got no issues with you making this video, considering I don't think you made this I think this was a drama before you covered it. I think other people have made this a drama.
Yeah.
And I think they were ready to make this a bigger drama, and you can see that in the live chat. They were champing at the bit to make this a bigger issue than it really is. And I think there's certain ways that you can, I'm not above criticism. There's certain ways you can absolutely critique me. If you want to say I was butthurt, if you want to say this and that, if you want to say, generally speaking, no one's particular point here, it's just a shame that this had to come out, because I worry it's going to have some kind of effect on broader issues that were raised about women in paranormal spaces. I'll even, I'll fully agree with that even. But to blame me for it, that's bullshit. It's bullshit, and it's bullshit made by people who had got it out for me. And they've shown they've had it out for me for a while. Again, anything else you want to ask me, I can do, but I don't. The point I'm making, sorry, I went a little bit of a rant there.
You're okay.
I don't blame you for doing this live stream. I kind of expected it, to be perfectly honest. After reading some of the comments, I was like, I'm just waiting for Dust to talk about this.
Yeah, I'm the new TMZ, I guess. But
that's your role, man. That's your role, and that's what you're here for. And I would just kind of urge you, maybe just make sure that you're not being a little biased in it. Just make sure you are properly unpartisan and you're going to cover both sides as best you possibly can. I'm not saying you didn't do that, but I'm just saying that. That's what really try and make it as fair as you possibly can.
That's what makes my link drop so good and important, because everybody can come up and talk, dude. It's open mic. Anyone can say their piece. And I don't like when people come up, I don't attack. Like, I might do my trolley thing while I'm streaming, but like when people come up, dude, I'll ask some questions. I'll let people say their piece. Like, that's what this is.
Yeah. Can I also just say one thing? I don't want this to sound really fucking cringy when I say this, because I kind of hate this, but other people told me I really should make this a point. Like, now I've said all that, and now just about to say it, I already feel like I'm going to cringe inside just saying this. But like, my track record speaks for itself in terms of how I feel or how I believe women should be, have a voice, be promoted, be every bit as much as men, and have a voice heard in the paranormal space. I have defended, stuck up for, platformed, been on their platform, so many women in this space. So I think that's another reason why this kind of stung for me a little bit, because I could see there's some people that are I think trying to like mischaracterize me, and I think it's very unfair considering what I've done for women in this space. And I think I'm not going to give specific examples because I don't want to. I've already feel like I've been cringy enough saying what I just said there. But anyone who knows my channel, anyone will know. Not just women in the paranormal space, but women in the videos I react to, or whatever it might be, or debunk, or like, you know, interview, or whoever they might be. You know, I just think it kind of goes without saying that this is a very shallow attempt to try and discredit me.
Yeah, I think that.
If you want to call me butthurt, go ahead, call me butthurt.
No,
butthurt
dude.
on the chin.
Well, I think with the hang on,
here, the things that are kind of unsaid, that's not fair.
Hang on a sec. I think with the reaction thing, yes, I would say you're a little butthurt, and that's just jokingly.
Yep.
But for the for everything else, I think that I mean, this is my opinion. And Kenny can do what he wants. I think that the apology video was not necessary, and had he not done,
I said that in my comment.
Yeah, you did. And had he not done that, I don't think like this live stream never would happen. This argument.
I mean, you could. This is the thing, mate. You could put this down to multiple different stumbling blocks. You could say, "Hey, I should never have." Maybe no one should have ever told me about the live stream, and maybe I would have, maybe I wouldn't have seen it. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe someone shouldn't have told me that Kenny said those things. Maybe I shouldn't have contacted Kenny in the first place. Maybe Kenny shouldn't have made the live stream. All those things happened. There's nothing wrong with any of those things, or they all played out how they should have played. The bit that's wrong is the mischaracterization of any intentions behind that, or really any fallout. That's the bit that's wrong. Now, it's like to say, am I wrong for being butthurt? I mean, yeah, you could say that, but at the end of the day, that is how I feel. And like, you know, that is how I felt about a friend. Like, could I try and do better next time? Yeah, absolutely. I'll take that on the chin. Maybe I should, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But on the broader scale, because I think one is like sex butthurt, which we can all kind of laugh off, agree or disagree. The other is very fucking serious.
Yeah.
Very fucking serious. Like, crazy fucking serious, actually. And shouldn't be trivialized, shouldn't just kind of like thrown out there for, you know, without some real thought behind it. And I think it was incredibly careless, some of the shit that was thrown out there. And I think a lot of people know exactly what I'm talking about. I think you probably know what I'm talking about as well, Dust.
Well, I didn't. If you're referring to like stuff that was said in my chat, I barely caught most of it. I did see some of the arguments in the comments of Kenny's video, and there was a lot of back and forth there. For some of it, I can see obviously it's you're talking about the overshadowing of, you know, and making it about it's not about the women or
Well, I think there's there's been a few things. We're talking about the actual criticism of the apology video in and of itself. That is about linking an apology video to the broader subject matter being used in that live stream. That's completely disagree with that, and I think it's a very serious accusation to sort of make, especially if some people are trying to make out that in some way intentional. I'm not saying that's necessarily the case, but that's how it very much comes across. But another sort of side to this is what has happened in the comment section, or not necessarily the comment section of that video, in your live chat. There's been some crazy shit said. There's been crazy shit on both sides as well. It's not just all one and all the rest of it, but there's been stuff in here where I've been like, wow. And I just don't think it has a place in the debunking community. Personally, I don't.
I will definitely agree that there are a lot of people that will take things too far and say things. There are a lot of people that'll comment on stuff without even watching videos just because they want to ride or die for certain people. You know, I mean, you have fans like that. Beardo's got fans like that. And it's not something that you support.
Yeah, but some of these aren't fans. Some of these are.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like,
we're not talking about just fans here. And
I get
we're
it.
Talking.
I'm just saying, like, stuff like that. It can get crazy, and then that's when stuff can start to really spiral out of control. I mean, you really can't control what people say. You can say all you want. I didn't mean this. I didn't mean it like that. You know, you can tell your followers, don't attack this person, don't give that person hate. Dude, you know you can't affect none of it. And the internet's going to do what it's going to do, and it's going to say what it's going to say. And we as the creators, we got to deal with the fallout. You know, whatever that is.
I think we might be talking about different things, but that's fine. I don't want to take up any more of your time, mate. I think I've said everything I've got to say here. Yeah, I don't know, unless you want to bring someone else who wants to talk to me, because I don't want anyone to feel like I'm running away from anything. But otherwise, I'm happy to leave and let you chat to whoever, anyone without me around. I don't mind either way.
Well, hang on, we do have someone, but I don't know how it's gonna go. Everyone's gonna be respectful, and we're gonna, I'll bring someone else up. All right. Hopefully she's listening. Hopefully she's ready. I have no idea. She's been in the back. I wanted to bring you up. Vic came first. I'm like, I'll bring him up because I assumed you would be in here first. But we'll bring, ladies and gentlemen, Larry up.
Hello, how's it going? I'm just going to turn my camera off because I don't want to put the light on.
It's okay. It's not required to turn on your camera. As a matter of fact, I'm going to turn off my camera just to fit in. I'm going to hit my inhaler, drink some water. If you have any questions for Seg, you may ask them. I have no idea. Or if you want to comment.
I mean, I'll try to answer some of his questions. His first question, how did you word it? I can't remember how you worded it. So the issue is, I mean, if I'll try to explain this to you, Seg, the issue isn't you specifically. The issue isn't Kenny specifically. The issue is the apology video. Should he have put that out there? Probably not, because that's what kind of like opens up the floodgates for a lot of this stuff, right? So the issue with the apology video is and I wasn't the only one upset. There's multiple other women and men upset. I was the one who commented what we were all talking about. I was the one who came forward publicly about it. And I came forward publicly. I'll explain in a minute. Okay, so why we're upset. After a panel where women were talking about their place and their experience in the community, the conversation somehow shifted into reassuring a man who felt misrepresented by the term used for the type of content that he makes. And this is sort of what I was pointing at in my comments. I did not say anywhere in my comment that this is Seg's fault or that this is Kenny's fault. I said I feel bad for Kenny.
You don't need to say it though, Florio. It's pretty clear.
What?
I think you don't need to say this is Seg's fault or Kenny's fault, or you don't need to say anyone by name. The fact that you're saying like this is a man who has done this, you've already kind of made that very
label, clear. Yeah, because that's the whole point. The live stream is about women's issues. When you have a panel with women talk about women's issues, you don't then compare it to a man with each point that you make. And
okay, no, but I'm sorry because like I'm sorry to interject, but I will lose my place because I think that's a very important distinction to make here. Where you see this as a man talking about whatever his issues, and apparently that's an issue in itself, what I see it as a friend reaching out to another friend privately. I don't see this as a man reaching out to talk about his issues, and that somehow belittles or diminishes or has any kind of negative or silencing connotations on what the women were talking about in that live stream. And I think a lot of people, you're saying like a lot of people.
Okay, yes? I didn't say that there was an issue with you reaching out to a friend. I said there's an issue with that apology video going up, placating a man. And the reason I say man is because it could have been any man. It's not about you or Kenny specifically. It could have been any man doing that. That's the point. That's why I say man, general term.
It's a totally separate issue or a totally separate conversation. Or I think a lot of people saw it that way, to what the apology video was about. Now, you can agree or disagree with the apology. Like I said to Dust, you can say I'm butthurt. You can say all those things, absolutely. But you're still conflating. Like we're talking about apples over here, and you're talking about a battleship. Like Kenny and I are talking. Kenny and I had an issue with Kenny. Kenny and I resolved that issue privately. I thought it was going to stay private. Kenny decided he wanted to talk about it publicly. I think at one point in one of your comments you said it's sad that Kenny felt the need to do this. So you're putting onus on me, the blame on me that Kenny felt the need to make the video in the first place. I wanted it to stay private, and much like how I said to Dust earlier, it seems like I'm in a bit of a lose-lose here. In other words, because we all said that the Shape should have kept it private, and I did keep it private, and I'm still being attacked. So
no, I think it should have been.
It feels like there's no place for me to be able to air my grievances with a friend.
It should have been kept private.
Something like this happens.
It should have been kept private. Kenny probably shouldn't make that video. I feel bad.
But I also support his right to do so. I support Kenny's right to make that video. It's his channel. He can do what he wants.
Yeah.
The difference between you and me here, Florio, is the fact that Kenny felt the need or wanted to make that clear the air there publicly doesn't affect anything in any way, shape or form with the important points that are being made in that live stream.
It does.
I don't understand the conflict. Now, other people obviously agree. A lot of people agree with my side of things. I think a lot from the sounds of things, a lot of people agree with your side of things. But the discussion I'm trying to have here is why.
Okay.
Really quick, guys. Keep talking. I have to go and grab one of my other inhalers. It's in another room. So you guys keep going. I'll be right back, okay?
Be safe. Don't fall or anything.
No worries.
So, like I said, the issue that people like me and other people, there's other people I spoke to. I was just the only one who really spoke up in the replies, is because it was after a panel where women were talking about their place in the community.
But it was a totally separate. Would you agree? It's a totally separate video.
No, because he's referring to the live where women were talking about their grievances in the community. And, Kenny could have he could have handled it probably differently. Yes. And where I say I feel bad for him that he had to make that video is that he seemed very, very upset And I don't think anyone wants him upset to that length, you know, and I know that he does have great feelings about this kind of stuff, but I think maybe he should have maybe should have opened the next live or something with, hey, last video, I just want to make it clear that I define everyone's channels properly. Like, it was just, I think it was maybe too soon because it was like the day after. And it just seemed to diminish the good talk that everyone had, right?
I couldn't disagree with you more. I don't see how Kenny wishing to clarify something that about a friend diminishes anything that any woman was talking about in that live stream whatsoever. I cannot see it. Like, if there was any, I don't even think I saw anything in the comments, with the exception of you, that made such an assertion. Now, again, maybe some people were talking a bit about it behind the scenes. I would urge those people to maybe speak up on this and make their voices heard as well, just so I could understand maybe a little bit better. But from my position right now, I see this as two friends clearing the air on something, and the live stream talking about the issues that women face in the paranormal sphere. And to say that the apology video has somehow, I think at one point in one of your comments, you even said something like, "Oh, women are going to be seen as drama," or something like that. I don't want to misquote you, but I'm pretty sure you said something like that. And again, I was like, "What? How?"
It was discussed.
Like, literally, if anyone's being drama here, it's me or Kenny, a man. You can't say, "Oh, because of what they said, other people will see women as being criticizing women." Like, if anyone's going, and people have, if anyone's criticized anyone, they've criticized us.
Okay, so that was an example that was brought up in the live stream, okay, about women being called dramatic and stuff like that, and it being turned around that women are being dramatic when we bring up issues of concern.
I understand, but what's that got to do with the talk that Kenny had, with me and Kenny talking privately?
So with Kenny releasing the way that he released it, it was, I mean, I'd have to break it down. I don't have notes in front of me, but it's saying something like lesson learned, and like just some of the terminologies and the way that he was kind of talking, it did seem kind of dismissive to some of the conversation. But the issue is that it opens the floodgates for people to then now comment how they really feel about women. And some people had to start commenting
Okay, I'm so confused here. Because Kenny, run that by me again, because that I can't get my head around that one.
I would have to bring up the video to write down all the details of it all, but it was some of the
we were unable to do that. So can you please just repeat what you said, like, dumb it down to me a little more?
Some of the words that he said and the tone that he had did upset people and made them feel like he was apologizing for how he spoke about the men. Because it wasn't you. Like, when Kenny made the video, he was talking about Beardo and you, right? So the two men that were talked about during the live, he misspoke about them, and they were upset with him, and now he needs to apologize for that. And it just seemed like it was apologizing for speaking about men during a talk with women, where we're trying to also compare.
I guess this is one of the things as well. I'm sorry to say this, Lurio. I think you think way too much about gender. Like, this is wow. Okay, so let me get this straight. Because Kenny is addressing something with a friend who happens to be a man, that this is going to somehow either overshadow, diminish, belittle, or have any kind of negative impact about a broader subject about women in a separate video. And before I'll add another little question onto here as well. If I was a female that Kenny said that about, would you have the same issue? I mean, you clearly wouldn't have the same issue if I was a female. So yeah, I'm struggling here. I'm really struggling.
Okay, so we are always having to make ourselves smaller. We're always having to excuse things to make the men feel better. That is how the patriarch works. We grew up in a society like this. This is how things kind of go, right? So when you're having an open discussion with women talking about women's issues and you're talking about feminism talking points, because that is, by nature, the discussion. When then the next day, the person who helped host the discussion is apologizing because men that were brought up during the discussion got their feelings hurt, it invalidates.
Very important distinction to make. Privately.
I understand privately, but he posted a video publicly, thus opening the floodgates for.
Yeah, but I get blamed for this.
No, I don't blame you for this.
Yes.
I have said that Kenny shouldn't have made the video.
And I think Kenny should be allowed to make a video. I don't think we should be telling anyone what they can and cannot talk about on their channel.
If Kenny wants to make the video, that's fine, but the video itself is what kind of started this.
I will say that.
It's funny. It's funny when you say started this, because I feel like you started this.
There's multiple people than just me. I was the one who spoke up.
And all of them the same. Then I think Kenny should be allowed to talk about whatever he wants on his platform. I think I should be allowed to be able to. Be able to confront or talk to a friend about anything I took issue with. And if this stuff comes out, I think that context should, above and beyond, be more important than anything else, because, that's literally the point. If I just decide to make a video and go, how dare Kenny say this and that, and, I don't care what anyone else had to say about it, or any of the other points, this is all I want to talk about, you'd have absolutely at every point, you and all your friends have every right to kind of go, Jesus Christ, there's a whole thing about women for 2.5+ hours, and Side Guy made it all about him. You have every right to criticize them. But it was private, and this is the point that you don't seem to be addressing here, because this is what ultimately matters.
So
because it was private, that is why I said it probably shouldn't have been a video. Is Kenny allowed to make a video on his channel?
Here's the thing. Hang on.
So I think this logic here dictates that the amount of vitriol and anger that I have seen since that apology video isn't warranted.
Well, I think that as soon as a video, as soon as someone drops a video, if Seg drops a video, if Beardo drops a video, if anyone in the paranormal community drops a video, they have then made it public, and everybody should know at that point that Dust is going to do a live stream on it, and that's going to shine. That is going to shine a light on whatever the fuck is said.
That's true. That's true. But again, the context is it wasn't supposed to be public. It might. When I approached Kenny about it, it wasn't supposed. I did not want to make it public.
Okay. And as soon as something's made public, then it opens it up to critique and comments.
No, absolutely it does. But I still think the context that it was supposed to be public has been totally overlooked for the most part.
No, I think that the context that apologizing for how a man feels the day after talking about how women have been facing issues in male-dominated fields, that is also being overlooked.
It's funny you should say that. I think that's all we've been talking about.
And that's all we've been talking about with you. We're talking about both sides here.
Well, the whole live stream.
Explaining to you. So,
the whole live stream.
Yeah, because Dust also came to similar conclusions. So I don't control people's minds here.
The second hang on.
I very much noticed Dust came to those conclusions as well. I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that I think I would fully support you and issue an apology of my own if I got my feelings, if I was all caught up on my feelings and I made a live stream or a video or even a post about it. I would I would calm the fuck down, and I like to think anyway, I would calm the fuck down and go, shit, I fucked up here.
Hang on, because everyone says all the conclusions that Dust came to. Well, Dust is right here. So it is. Let me speak. So I saw the podcast. Thought it was a great podcast, and then I see Kenny's video. I was live streaming when Kenny dropped that, or when I saw that it had been dropped, and I'm like, "What the hell is this?" And then I watch it, and I'm like, "What the first of all, my first thought was, this isn't needed. Why the hell is this even a thing? And I'm like, and then the whole thing, like I talked with Seg earlier about the reaction thing. I'm like, that's stupid. I'm like, why in the hell would you be upset over that? Like, me personally, I think it's fucking dumb. But and then I'm like, this is going to overshadow what the podcast was. I already saw it, and I had not talked to anyone. Then I start messaging some people. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna whatever. I'm thinking about covering this. And I was afraid at that point. I'm like, well, just me covering it is gonna overshadow it even more. But at the same time, I cover paranormal news and paranormal drama and everything. So it's like, well, I got to talk about it. So that's why I did. I definitely thought that.
Yeah, I sorry to interrupt, Dust. I understand that you did reach a very similar conclusion to what your friend Florio here had said. I also realized that during the live there wasn't very much consideration or, putting forward that this was all meant to be private. I noticed that as well. Again, that's really the main thing. I tried to make this clear in my comments so it wouldn't snowball into what it's got here. I was hoping that that would be focused on more here, that it was supposed to be private. I'll take on the chin if I was supposed to, if I got butthurt. Fine, sure, take it on the chin.
Hang on, hang on.
Associate to either me, let me just please finish, to either me or Kenny, that because we're men and because we're friends and because the way that this apology went down has somehow, we are at the cause to kind of like take that away from women's space. I just don't see it. I think it's unfair. I think it's I don't know. I think it's unfair.
I said that I thought, yeah, okay, this was a private conversation, but then Kenny made it public with that video. I think that video should not have happened. Kenny was the one that technically made this public.
Do you agree that Kenny should be allowed to post whatever he wants on his channel?
Yep.
Right. So
doing so,
if we follow that thought process, what came out of that is that Kenny's fault. When it obviously wasn't his intention to take any kind of attention away from the issues women face in paranormal space. I think we can all agree with that. So, and if that isn't his intention, and it clearly isn't going to be my intention, Kenny's intention quite clearly was, I want to clear the air because, and I know I'm not going to start naming names, but I know I wasn't the only person who reached out to Kenny about this. I think that's very important to say as well. I think a lot of people think, oh, Starlight Guy's stupid and he shouldn't have done this, shouldn't have done that. I am not the only person who thought this, okay? Just for extra context there. But I think we should all be able to agree. I'm not so sure about Florio, but I think most of us should be able to agree that it wasn't my intention to do this. It wasn't Kenny's intention to do this, but it is blown out in the most extreme way like this. I don't know, guys. Where do we go with that?
I think that when you put something on the internet, like I said earlier, yes, you can post whatever you want. Like me, I'm doing this live stream. Okay. Obviously, you're gonna have fans that are not gonna like me after this, and there's gonna be blowback. Yep. I knew that the second I decided to do this. So whatever fallout happens from me doing this live stream, that is on me, isn't it? And it's the same thing with Kenny. Yep. He decided to make that private conversation public and put it out for the world to see. Then it is also on him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I think. Yes.
And when I posted the reply, I said, I am going to take the brunt for this. The other people don't want to speak up because they don't have the mental space for it right now. I said, that's fine. I will do it. I'm the one who's taking the brunt for it because I posted publicly on it. That is by design, so that other people don't feel that, they aren't being heard or listened to with their concerns, which, I would like to explain them a little bit better, but I need opportunity to speak on it.
Well, by all means, you can go ahead.
Okay. So when you hold a women's panel, right? And we're talking about the issues that women have in a mostly male-dominated field. We're not having a panel about inclusivity. We're talking about the issues that women face. So already, again, it's a politicized issue. So this already involves politics. Okay. So let's not pretend it doesn't. Number one. Number two, when the host apologizes the next day because a man got upset because of something said about men during said panel, conference, event, whatever it might be, it essentially invalidates the experiences of the women who spoke about their experiences in this field. And the idea of this is that women are trying to openly speak in a sort of safe space. And I know it's public, so you're going to be criticized to some extent of it, but we're sharing like our different struggles, our lived experiences, or systemic issues in the world that we deal with. And an apology can feel like those things that were spoken about are invalidated because a man's feelings were hurt and then an apology was made to the man the next day.
Can you explain how, please? How do you arrive at that conclusion?
Because if you apologize because a man's feelings were hurt under the discussion of talking about the issues that women face, you're invalidating a woman's experience because now you are.
So we're invalidating a woman's experience because a friend who happens to be male was annoyed with his other friend, happened to be male, and they had a discussion about that. And that, because two friends, I think the word friend is very important to bring up in this discussion. That because they felt that there was like one who took issue and the other apologized for it, that takes away from issues. That takes away from the issues that women face, or the discussion points about issues that women.
It takes away from the discussion that was made and invalidates the experiences of the problems that they face. It also shifts the focus away from what was the original discussion, which was talking about women's issues, the hurdles that they face, and it kind of takes away from empowering them in that moment to have an open space to talk, because now they are being overshadowed by a man being apologized for to, or whatever it might be, So
I also think it's quite unfair to kind of characterize Kenny in that kind of way. So what we're kind of saying is that I'm not allowed to have this discussion in case it might become public, but Kenny's also just in case. Like, is Kenny? I guess my question is Kenny wrong for even discussing an apology? Is the wrongness really that it became public?
It's really, I think, the way that he presented it. Like, perhaps he could have presented it in such a way that, like, I'm not here to invalidate the discussion that we had on the issues that women face. I still think it's important for us to have recognized everything that was discussed last night. And please go watch the live if you haven't yet, because there's people that did comment on Kenny's video that never watched it. Please do go watch it to understand the issues that women face. Now, during that particular conversation, we mischaracterized what someone views their channel's content as. And thus, so I'm making this video today because I want to correct that, right? So like, Kenny never revalidated the discussion on women and like sort of like how it was a good discussion and that there were good points, and that his apology today is not to take away from that discussion.
I guess the thing is, Florio, I don't think any of us really ever thought it would blow up to be. You can put that down to white male privilege if you want, but I don't think our intentions here was to. I don't think it was even in anyone's thought process that in any way two friends talking and hashing things out would affect women. I also think it's kind of.
I agree that.
I agree with that too. I agree with that too.
Okay.
I agree that you and Kenny's intentions weren't this. I do agree.
Okay, thank you. So the last thing I want to make here is like I do need to stick up for Kenny a little bit here and just say Kenny's a huge ally to women. That's why there was women that were disappointed in how he handled that apology. And I think that's very unfair. That's like showing a very, very short memory here after he just made a huge platformed a huge talking point, a big subject matter, a big live stream about the issues that women face. And literally kind of go, well done, if I may please, Floria, to sort of say, if you're, sorry, I've lost my train of thought. I think most of us can sort of say, yeah, nice one, Kenny, that was really good of you doing that, and all the rest. So the very next day, just the next day, he does something that a lot of people have said, well, you stepped out of line there, that was really out of order, or you shouldn't have done that, and that takes away from all the good you did yesterday. I think that's very unfair to Kenny.
Okay, so sometimes it ends up happening and how people feel. And again, this is how you feel. You mentioned that when you first joined, and I wasn't here on the call yet, that these are your feelings. These are my feelings. These are the feelings of other people. These are all feelings, okay? A lot of this stuff is feeling based, and it's feelings that were created from past experiences and traumas, especially. And not everyone has experienced these traumas. And that's the privilege, is people that haven't been through this, they have privilege because they can't understand it, right?
Yeah, I want to say privilege works both ways, but yes, go on.
Yeah. And, and I have white privilege, and if a person of color, I can't properly understand the hardships they've been through because I have white privilege. Just like not all men can understand the hardships that women have gone through because they have male privilege. And these are terms used by sociologists and scientists in scientific publications and studies. These are not.
I know I brought it up earlier, but I honestly don't. I think I would rather keep it on point with Kenny rather than get bogged down with that, because we very much disagree with that. But carry on.
Google it. This term has been around since the 1945.
Okay, I can Google, Floria, I can Google it, and I will also see many people saying that it is used as a shaming silence tactic as well. And that's what I'm going to say. Like, just saying Google something doesn't make you right.
That's what ends up happening when people end up belittling what things actually mean. And in this case, yes, this privilege is to play here.
Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. If you wouldn't mind, can we please talk about Kenny?
So with Kenny, he could have probably reached out to one of the ladies to ask like the best way to kind of handle the apology, or the other side of it. And this is where like some people would feel more hurt, is that did he even listen to what the women were saying? Because if he listened to them, he would have realized that these words will hurt them again, right? After giving them this platform, it makes it feel like dismissive. Okay.
I guess I've got quite a bit of sympathy here for Kenny, because I think a lot of people wouldn't have assumed that so many people would be so angered by him giving his friends an apology, irrespective of if it was like the day after a live stream. I don't think this is something. I think a lot of people don't like. I guess for me personally, if I felt like I fucked up and hurt a friend and anything like that, irrespective of his gender, of the gender, that I would like to think that wouldn't be so politically charged and brought into a bigger space. I like to think that people could just sort of see my intentions for what they are. And that is, I annoyed a friend, and I felt the need to apologize for it. Now, again, I agree with you, because I said this straight, that I don't think Kenny should have made it public, but that doesn't mean he shouldn't have made it public. He can do whatever he wants on his platform. And like, I just like to think that if we could all take a breath, kind of take into, we could all take a breath, realize Kenny's intentions, because we all know who Kenny Biddle is. We all know he's a good bloke. We all know he champions women and he is a feminist. We all know that he surely wouldn't intended this, and give him some good fucking grace for that, instead of just jumping on a live stream and attacking everybody over a private conversation between two friends who happen to be male.
So I have, I understand, and like I said, I feel bad for Kenny because he was upset, and I know that he didn't mean to hurt women back either, right? And I know he didn't mean to hurt you, and he didn't mean to hurt women.
But isn't that case closed then?
And no, because with him doing that apology, it opens up the floodgates for people to now drop their opinions, start dropping their opinions about women and disparaging women. Because that is what happens.
So did anyone disparage women after Kenny's live stream?
Yeah, let me bring this up.
I mean, the word disparage, I think, is not necessarily disagree with some of the talking points, but disparage women.
Well, if you're going to belittle where women stand on,
you can disagree without belittling. Like I would say that if you're going to put your opinions on YouTube, you've got to be open to people. You're not protected in any way. You've got to be open for having some pushback or some people disagreeing or offering counters or whatever it might be. But like if you're going to say disparaging, I would argue that's more along the lines of, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about. Like dismissing, like debates.
Yeah,
disagreement is different to dismissing.
People then start dismissing women. They might start seeing, they might start bringing in their own biases and bringing this stuff up because they feel like they're allowed to talk about it now. Okay, so
let me get just so I'm clear on this. And by the way, I need this argued. Like I stated this already in the comment section, that my position is I agreed a lot of the things that the women on the panel said. But just so I'm clear, are you saying that we are not if people were to disagree or argue or counter any of the points made at any point, any of the discussion points made during that live stream, are they sexist? Are they misogynist? Are they what's the deal there?
It depends on what they're disagreeing with. I mean, like that's saying there's nuance to it all, right? And that's the whole thing. So,
okay, so I guess that's the point. Like, if we could hear some of these examples, maybe then we might have a better idea.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, there were some people leaving comments that were very up in the air, and that isn't great when you're having this discussion. If you want to say what you think about women, then just say it so that we have this discussion. Leaving it up in the air then opens it up for further discussion. But there are people saying that they didn't watch the whole show. There was too much jumping to conclusions and misrepresentation. Again, give examples. There were things that were said in the live stream that made me shake my head, and I just left. Okay, give examples.
Well, that's just someone saying they disagreed with some of the things said in the live stream.
That's thing. I mean, we're talking.
About, you're not allowed to have a monopoly on what people think here. You can't think.
No, I'm not saying
everybody.
that.
It's almost like you.
I am saying that this is how I feel about that apology, and other people were feeling the same way too. I'm not telling you that you need to feel the same way I need to feel. This is how I felt about it. And I felt that it was dismissive of the good talk that was done the night before.
Right. I guess this is like the difference here is that I kind of like say this a lot in my videos, that I open people up to come along and who disagree with me, and I will listen to that and all the rest of it. And I think it's important to have people who disagree with you. I think it's probably not a good idea to discourage that in any way. And maybe that's just a difference of opinion we have here. Maybe that's all that is.
It is a difference of opinion, and that's why it's good for us to talk about the details and to discuss it back and forth. And if we are going to get into the back and forth of it and talk about okay, well now man's upset, so let's talk about both sides of it and let's hash out all the details of all this and talk about both sides of it, right?
I guess that's another thing I got. I don't feel like there was much addressing of both sides. I felt like it was very much a witch hunt.
Yeah. Well, so the original
my live stream?
there wouldn't be. the original live stream, they wouldn't be addressing both sides because that was a women's, like, it was open forum for women to discuss women's issues. But now that,
correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there was anyone from what I saw of it, I didn't see anyone saying anything negative or contradictory or also I'm looking for anything dismissive, I suppose, or disagreeing even with that in that live stream. Would that be correct, or have I
even tonight someone said even tonight someone said that my Alexa's gonna go off. They said that Stevi was talking about being doxxed, but Seg was doxxed, and it's like, well, but we're not talking. This live stream wasn't about Seg. Like, this wasn't about comparing the woman to the man. It was just discussing the women's side, right? And if we start nitpicking that men weren't discussed enough during a women's panel, then we kind of take away from the whole thing that it's a women's panel, right?
I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry, let me just get that. That was said on the actual live stream.
This was said on tonight's thing, and
tonight's thing.
What was happening?
That's very minor compared to what I've read tonight on both sides.
Okay, like there was other instances too, and other examples. They were like, but it's like this live stream that Dust is watching currently, react to currently, wasn't a inclusivity panel. This was a women's panel. Okay, what you're upset about tonight is that Mason came in and said that he didn't understand why we were upset, why women were upset, or why people were upset. And I said, yes, because you have white male privilege, and you're not seeing why it would upset women who have been dealing with these issues and who like see this as very dismissive of what the entire conversation was that brought women's issues to the forefront to begin with. And you guys have turned this into somehow what exactly? Because I said white male privilege.
I personally believe, if you want to call it feelings, you can call it feelings, that if you bring up someone's skin color, I don't particularly, I'll preface this before I go any further. The argument of this is in papers and things like that. I mean, the R word used to be in papers. Women being hysterical used to be in papers. Like, I like to use this term as what it's used, how people feel about it in the real world, not about academia. So I personally think in the real world, when people hear that not everyone, but some people, that when you try and label someone with their gender and their skin color, it shuts down debate. Now, I'm not one of these people that says it doesn't exist. Of course, white male privilege exists. I think there's privileges amongst lots of different, depending on where you are in the world, there'll be privileges based on whatever skin color, sexuality, gender, social class, whatever it might be. Good-looking privilege is a fucking thing. I'm not suggesting privilege, inherent privilege isn't a thing. What I'm saying is, and I think Mason was saying the same thing here, is that it did not warrant to be brought up in this live stream. I don't think it's fair to label Mason's points as you're only saying that because you're a white male, and therefore you inherently have that privilege. I think it's a shaming tactic.
The original live stream was about women's issues, so it's a gendered topic already to begin with.
Yeah, well, be that as it may, that doesn't mean that he got to shut someone up because they are male.
I didn't tell him to shut up. I said that you're not.
That's how it feels. Okay, fair enough. Correct.
I said.
No, you didn't say shut up. I agree, but it makes someone feel that way. We talk about feelings a lot here, so I can tell you right now, when a man hears that, you feel like you cannot have an opinion anymore, and you are being judged for your opinion because of your gender and your skin color, and that's I think not fair. So granted, you didn't tell him to shut up, but you feel like you can't go any further with your opinion. You feel like you're being silenced.
Okay, I didn't tell him to shut up. No, and you agree. And I didn't tell him to leave the stream or anything. He said that he was going to listen to the whole stream. He was trying to understand it. He was asking his questions. I'm like, it's difficult. First of all, in chat, you've only got what, like 50 characters or 100 characters. So like, obviously I can't explain the nuance of this in a small chat message. Right. And I was just saying that it's hard for you to understand where some of this is coming from because you have the white male privilege and you're not seeing where like a woman would be upset by, seeing a women's conference or like a women's talk or whatever, and then the next day the host of it apologizing because a man's feelings were hurt during it, and it just kind of is a gut punch to the whole topic at hand, right? Like, just a lot of people feel like that really diminished what was discussed.
I feel like a lot of people didn't, though.
A lot of people did. Like, you can go ahead.
But a lot of people also didn't, and I feel like it's going to become more of a thing now because of the amount we've discussed, talked, and gone on about this. It's definitely. I think we could both agree that it's become a much bigger thing than it needed to.
Yeah. Mason, I didn't continue to bash you. I said to you that you're not understanding what the privilege means. Like, I'm trying to explain to you that privilege means that you're not able to understand what the other person has gone through in life because you have a privilege that keeps you outside of that viewpoint.
Can we reach some sort of middle ground here, though, that you could at least understand where men are coming from when they hear that?
Before anyone else responds, the link is still pinned and anyone else can click that link and come up. Please continue.
But I'll ask the question again. Can we reach a middle ground here? Obviously, you have your opinions and your thoughts on how that phrase should be used, but can you understand why Mason is offended by that and why I find it quite offensive?
I can understand why white men might find that offensive, yeah. Like, I understand that you guys do find it offensive. I find it offensive that you find it offensive, but that's just my
okay. I guess that's not really the middle ground where I just find it difficult to understand. I think that's about as good as it's going to get.
Like, how are you like going to say that it's offensive when we use a term to describe what's going on?
It's offensive in the context you used it because you're using it in a debate to shut someone down.
No, I did not.
You're doing it based on his gender and his skin color. I don't want to speak too much for Mason here.
The topic is about gender.
You're talking over me non-stop, Florio.
So are you, Seg.
Okay, sure. I mean, you asked me a question and I was trying to answer it.
Go ahead and answer it. I
already answered. I'm not sure how much you heard of it, but I already answered it as you were talking over me.
Yeah, you were talking over me the whole time too.
No, but yeah, Florio, because you asked me the question. I was answering the question and you were talking over me. Come on.
Okay, we got to do something to move forward.
Yeah, so anyways, I was using it in the term, like what it actually stands for. I'm not using it as an insult. I'm not using it to shut you up, Mason. I'm addressing Mason right now. I'm not using it to insult you. I'm not using it to shut you up. I was using it in the correct, like what the term actually means is why I was using it. Is that you're not understanding where a woman's coming from that would be upset by this because you don't understand it. You're not seeing the issue at all. It's because you have male privilege and haven't really experienced it to understand why it can be felt really dismissive after a good women's talk to then concentrate on how a man felt after it, Not to mention too, like in the live stream talk, they even discuss that a lot of men will get upset and then what was it put as?
But you feel like we shouldn't be upset by hearing that? It upsets you that we're upset by this.
Paranormal engineer, I personally think if you feel that strongly about something, you should click the link and just say it in person, but that's just me. Please continue.
I mean, I'm using it as what it actually stands for. It's not being used as an insult. I understand when someone's using it as an insult for no reason and you're not using it in the correct context. Yes, then I understand why you would be upset. I'm not using it as an insult here.
See, I would argue that if you're having a debate with someone in the live chat and you sort of say you only feel that way, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm just putting this out there, like along the lines of someone says, you only feel this way because of your gender and the color of your skin. I can absolutely, if I said that about X Race, I can absolutely understand why they would find it offensive.
So,
like, if you're going to say white male privilege is a thing, I don't think anyone's going to be offended by that, because I think most people agree that it is a thing. But if you're going to say to somebody, you're showing your white male privilege, and therefore, you know, I'm going, that means your argument is.
No, like, you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm not. Okay, this isn't. I didn't say you said that. I'm saying I'm talking in a broader context here. Okay. That when I say you, I'll rephrase that. If one was to say, you know, your white male privilege is showing, therefore, you that invalidates your point in this discussion. I think that's offensive. Just like Florio, if I was to turn around you and go and say to you, what do you know? You're just a woman. Absolutely, you would find that offensive.
If you were trying to explain to me something that only men have experienced, and I wasn't understanding where you're coming from, and you said you don't understand because you're a woman, and it's something that's clearly like an issue that men face, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, probably why? It probably, help me understand.
I'm not sure what. Sorry, go on.
That was the end of it. Like, help me understand it.
I was just saying, I don't even know what the discuss. Well, I know it was about what we're talking about here, so I don't know what Mason said. If it was like he was talking about something which was only about female, I get the feeling it probably wasn't. It was probably about again, I don't know, but I'm assuming it was about a more broader topic about men and women and gender and this space in general. I could be wrong, though. I don't know. I have to go back and have a look at it.
He said that he didn't understand why we were upset. And I said, well, that's because of your white male privilege, because you're not understanding.
Yeah, but, okay, my argument, okay, then I guess what I was trying to say.
I said that you're not.
Maybe try and like talk to him on a human level
you're not
rather than
understanding.
Again, you're talking over.
I don't know. Yeah, we can roll it back. You're talking over me too. Go ahead.
I was talking. All right. Okay. All right.
Okay. So here's the point that was brought up in the live. It was during the live, they did discuss about how men will most often, like women have experienced this, and that's who we're talking about, who was talking during the live, and a lot of the women and men who have watched this happen, who have experienced this. A man will get upset about something or get really worked up, and their feelings will be immediately assuaged and cared about and resolved and taken care of. But when women bring things up, we tend to get dogpiled on. We tend to get ignored. We tend to get told that we're just being dramatic, or other things we've been told, like, oh, it's your time of the month. No one's ever said that in the paranormal community. But being dogpiled on has happened a lot with us. And that was talked about during the live. And then essentially this was an incident talked about during the live. And then the next day, you understand, like it's just hurt the feelings of a lot of people when they saw the next day it happened. This is how we're kind of viewing it. Okay, a man got his feelings hurt, and now you're apologizing to him, and you're kind of taking away from the broader discussion what was discussed yesterday, which is when women get their feelings hurt, they just get dogpiled on instead of listened to or apologized to. Like, we tend to get more pushback.
Can you give me an example of anywhere in the paranormal, at least in the debunking space, maybe that women haven't been listened to? Because I'm not sure I'm not saying that doesn't happen in the broader scope of society, but at least in the paranormal, does that happen where it's like a female-only issue?
Yes. Yeah. So, Stevi discussed a bunch where she gets dismissed a lot.
So I would just say, so do I. So does Beardo. A lot. Like a lot. I get people having to go at me without even watching my videos and just saying I'm drama, I'm full of shit, I'm a hater. I get that all the time.
during the live, she did explain, she gave examples that she gets dismissed and she gets called a liar for saying some stuff about the Warrens, when meanwhile there's multiple channels by men who have said these things and they do not get jumped on as much as she does. Now,
I mean, perhaps I'm certainly not one of them. I get called out for the Warrens and being called a liar as well. But okay, I feel like it's getting okay. I feel it's getting a little bit silly because I don't want this to be a battle of the sexes kind of thing. So I think it's I find these discussions quite silly, to be perfectly honest. I feel like women absolutely have their grievances that need to be heard, and as well as men do. I don't believe in using divisive language that we've already discussed. That's just for me. I don't like it. I don't like hearing it. I don't like using it. It's just something that I think is only going to divide people rather than try and bring people together. And even when I try and discuss it, there's still pushback on that. I think the point I'm trying to sort of like, and I've already addressed it, so I don't really know if there's anything more further to discuss, to be perfectly honest, is just ultimately this all came down, the whole reason we're even here right now talking about this is because I talked to Kelly, and I was upset with Kenny about something I was said. Whether I had the right or whether I was right or wrong to do that, that's a different discussion. But the fact that Kenny made a response to that, and it's kind of blown up in this very big way, and apparently this is taken away from issues that women have. Again, we're going to have to agree to disagree here, and I think the people who are watching this are going to have to come to their own conclusions on this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people can agree to disagree, and that's fine. There's people I talked about it where I agreed to disagree, and we were fine. There's other people that just like, keep dogpiling, and like, okay, whatever. What
guys, if there's anyone in the comments, like, I said this, sorry to shout over you. If there's anyone in the comments, I know it's got a bit heated here, but I would say like more of a simmer than a heat. I understand this is all very controversial stuff and all the rest of it. I want to practice what I preach here, and if I'm saying like let's nobody use kind of like divisive language and all the rest of it, can we all do that regardless of what side you sit on this whole thing? I think that's only fair to try and treat. I don't like using, especially when it comes to stuff like this. I think there's so much polarizing nonsense out there, whether it be on the far left or the far right, red pillars or manosphere or whatever you want to call it. Like we don't, none of that is good for society. So one of the things I love about this community is that we can come together, have a good time, and just discuss paranormal. Obviously, this has transcended way beyond paranormal, but I just want, I don't want this to snowball into anything bigger than it already is. So maybe I fucked up a little bit here and got a little carried away with some things. Maybe Floria did too. Maybe I'll say in the chat, guys. But if we could simmer this down, that would be good for everyone.
All of this is being fueled by feelings. All of it is, and yes, like all of us probably have gotten too worked up about it in our own ways. I do agree with you there. And yes, it is a private discussion. I agree with you there with that. So like, I'm not denying that it's not a private discussion. I'm not denying that you can have your feelings and you can talk to your friends privately too. And you say whatever you want. I mean, the biggest thing I guess I pull out of it is like, if you don't want someone to talk about publicly, or you don't want a public apology or whatever, it doesn't have to be about Kenny. I'm just saying, like, in general, from anyone, then just tell the person, hey, like,
I think that's absolutely something I have learned from this, that I will make sure in that private talk that if it's with another content creator to keep it private. I'll make that very, very clear next time.
I agree, because if Kenny didn't put out that apology video, I don't, like, this live stream doesn't exist. If something happens in the community, everybody know, like Seg even said, like, that apology drop, and Seg's like, Dusta's gonna cover this. He knows. Everyone knows. And it's not like I'm gonna try and spin one side or another. It may seem that way. I apologize. I'm just, hey, this is what I think. I want to know what you guys think. I'm going to drop the link. People can come up, defend themselves or say their piece or whatever. I don't like hearing people like, because I react to Seg. I'm friends with Florio. I don't like to see people arguing, but sometimes it's going to happen. We don't like to see arguing in the debunking. I'm not in the debunking community. I'm on the outside. I cover you guys. But I don't like to see the arguing.
Opinions too. That's the other thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, I don't like to see the arguing between creators and the debunking community. But here we are. If something happens, I just want to it shouldn't have. He should I know that Kenny had the best intentions, but it just didn't have the effect that he wanted. And I just assume in the future, if it's a private conversation, keep it completely off the internet, because then people like me are not gonna see it.
I just want to think it's all. Sorry to interrupt you. I got ADHD. I'm sorry. I know some people haven't got me interrupted. Yeah. I apologize. But if I don't say this, I will fucking forget. I think it's also important to sort of, or at least something not important, I don't know, but something certainly worth airing here is that Kenny's not I know he's on YouTube, but I think Kenny will be the first to even admit here he's not like a YouTuber. So I think sometimes, with the exception of our little corner of YouTube, I don't really think he really understands how this can potentially snowball. Okay. And that's no slight on him. He's got bigger and better things to do than this dumb shit. Right. But I do think that's important to because I really don't, because I feel bad if anyone's going to have a go at Kenny because of something that I raised with him. I don't want him getting any shit for this in any way, shape, or form. I don't think he will. But
nobody's really.
But I hope not.
Nobody's mad at Kenny. It's just more that if someone if the wrong type of people, the wrong type of viewers or commenters or whatever see that at Kenny apologizing the next day or whatever, it opens up the floodgates for other things to come back out. So the good discussion we had on women and the understanding that we developed and the great points that we covered and we worked through kind of feel like they get thrown out the window when then this happens the next day, because then people are like, oh, okay, well then women, it doesn't matter what they said, 'cause people have this logic in their brain, right? And then they'll start commenting me I didn't really agree with what the women said. So yeah, you have a good point there. This what ends up happening, right? And so it's infuriating just because, those of us who have experienced it, just we can kind of see it happening again and again. And we get upset when we see it. Just feels like we got gut punched, essentially, is the best way I can kind of explain it, right?
Okay, well, I'm very, if there's any women out there, maybe, okay, we'll put it down to my white male privilege. I didn't see it that way. I obviously did not intend it to, what I said to Kenny was obviously not intended in that sort of way, and I don't believe Kenny intended it in that sort of way. So, but if there was anyone out there that did feel that way, please rest assured that was not how anything like that was meant to be intended in any way, shape, or form. It was just two friends who, two friends, and one took issue with what someone said or how they characterized their work or their channel. And again, you can absolutely fine for you to criticize me saying I was butthurt and all the rest of it. No problem whatsoever. Crack on. But the more important issue here, I believe, is it wasn't intended. I know for a fact I can speak for Kenny on this. For either of us, it obviously wasn't intended to diminish what women are going through in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, so we do have someone else in the back, Bio Spirit. Do you guys know who that is?
You're a regular commenter. Yeah.
Okay, I'll bring him up then.
How long have I been on for? I'm shattered.
I have no idea, man, to be quite honest with you. How you doing tonight? Hello? Breaker 19, Bio Spirit, you there?
Was he sitting there for a while, or he or she sitting there for a while?
I don't know.
Maybe they're AFK. We'll give them a minute.
I really don't know, but Well, I'm hearing something. Maybe they're messing with their mic. Like I heard myself. Usually that's when they're messing with their microphone. Sometimes StreamYard is a motherfucker. But we cannot hear you, Biospirit.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Seg, if you want me to take a guess, I'd say you've been up here for at least an hour.
Guys, 2:00 my end.
2:00. I don't want
PM. PM.
Okay.
Can I have a beer yet? Is that allowed?
You know what?
Yeah.
I wish I could have a fucking beer. I'm not allowed to drink anymore.
Oh no! In solidarity, there, Dust. I won't have a beer.
No, you can have a beer. No, you should have. No, you should have a beer. No,
through you, live through you vicariously.
Yeah, no. Listen, have a beer for me, man. Like, if I could have a beer, I would have it. And if other people can have a beer right now, you should crack one open. Like,
I'll put the mic right up to the right up to the bottle opening, you'll be able to hear it.
Oh, let me hear it. Oh,
it's a Japanese beer. Hearing.
What's the alcohol level?
Did you catch that?
Yes. What's the alcohol level?
5%.
Not bad. So I was just.
Oh, did that person leave?
No, yeah, it looks like they clicked the link again. I was, while you guys were arguing, I was searching online. I'm like, sometimes when people are sick, they can have wine. So I was researching. No, I can't have wine. I can't have shit. Well, let's see. Biospirit is back. Can you hear us? Can you talk?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
How's it going?
Oh, hell yeah. Hey, what's up, Zach?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Well, all I got to say is I don't think much of a privilege thing. The way I look at it, I have a very naturalistic view to it. If you're looking down on other groups of people or have a malicious intent, then that's one thing. But if you just happen to be a person that has a preference to be, let's say around white males, you're just more comfortable, then there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't make you more insensitive. It's just how people are.
Yep.
I would say that from my experience, I have witnessed a lot of white people feeling more comfortable around other white people and black people feeling more comfortable around other black people. Is that what you mean?
Actually,
I've had a mixture of experiences, man. Like the thing with me, like I just let people be. If there's something that's inflicting harm, then yeah, that's something worth pursuing. But if someone's that's just how they are, then just let them be. Accept the person for who they are.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to work and do this. My connection is terrible.
No, listen, I appreciate everyone. I appreciate everyone that clicks my link. What else do you have on your mind? Anything else that you would like to say?
Not too much, man. I just wanted to come and just say something and try to break the ice a little bit. But I'm doing 2 jobs at once. This shit's too hard, so I'm probably gonna have to get back to work. But I'll be listening to you guys.
All right, man.
All right. Good luck with
thanks for joining.
All right, take care, guys. Take care.
All the best.
Take care. Okay. Well, at least he got his microphone to work,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Matthew. I mean, I can answer all everyone's questions and chats have gone by, but I didn't want to interrupt everyone. But Matthew is saying, I'm sure we can find some middle ground if we want to. Yes, there's absolutely inequality in society. We should be the type of critical thinkers to try to solve it. Yeah, I think it's better. I think it's good for us to recognize that there's inequality and not just bury our heads in the sand and, we can't talk about it. I do think it is important to recognize it. And then try to find ways to solve it, and doing things like giving women an open forum to discuss women's issues is a way to try to solve it. And we're talking about feelings, of course, women's feelings get hurt afterwards with what happened. That's what all this is about, honestly, is that people's feelings were hurt, and men too. There were some men too, because some men have experienced this. in their own ways as well. And they understand that it was hurtful. And that's where the feelings part comes in, right? And Seg, your feelings were hurt because of the way Kenny described your channel. And you talked to Kenny about that. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm not saying that you can't have feelings about that. Yeah, and I never say that.
Jesus Christ, come on, get a grip.
Does his sound bites, but everyone.
Okay, I might have left something out of context.
That's Brent. He's a buddy of mine. Not everybody likes him.
And then Ozcat was saying, if women feel that way, it's up to them and no one else to overcome it. Whatever the situation, take a stand, power up, do whatever. And that's exactly what women are doing when they are speaking out. And that is exactly what women are doing when they're talking about women issues and inequalities. And that's exactly what some women are doing when they'll speak up when others don't have the strength or mental energy to do it themselves too. Speaking up about, how you feel about it, how it feels like it's still an inequality and that you still feel that it is disrespecting women or at least the stories or whatever in some way, that is not tearing people down. That's continuing to discuss the issues and empowered to discuss them. And Mason, you say there should be no politics. Sorry, but when we're discussing gender issues, like this is a politicized whatever discussion. We don't have to make it left and right, though. I agree there. It doesn't need to be left and right. But it is politicized in the sense of like gender inequalities, This is going to be our new TMZ.
That's what I think.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Joe, you mentioned about Stevi being targeted because she puts out multiple videos about the Warrens. That was only one example I was giving you guys. I had other examples too. I was happy to try to work through as well, but the topic changed. So just because I provide one example doesn't mean that is the only example that exists.
Okay. Does anyone in the chat have questions for Seg?
I haven't really been seeing too much of the chat. There's a lot of chat.
The chat has been.
You guys be going crazy.
Are we going to talk about men's issues too? Definitely. Hold your own men's conference podcast thing. 100%. You should do it.
But so I do have a question, Seg. So my question for you is, when is your next?
Is this going to be about my dad's curtains?
No, it isn't. Although you need to get those. My question is, when is your next reaction video?
I just uploaded one.
He did. No, he did. You should actually check it out. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I did see that you. I did see that.
I didn't. If Jordan's responded, yeah, I've got to try.
I didn't realize that they left Jordan without a flashlight.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Yeah, it was like poor Jordan's like standing around the bar saying, "God, I wish I brought a flashlight."
Yeah, what the fuck? It's just not. It's not safe,
Yeah.
Can Seg sing "B Goes Again"?
Bee Gees? No, I absolutely cannot. I mean, in multiple ways, I literally can't do it because I can't sing, and I won't do it.
Also, can you cover Seg's vid on overnight? I'm gonna watch that video because it's about overnight, so of course I gotta cover it.
Okay, and can we put this up on the screen? I just put it in chat. What Matthew said there, Matthew Hopkins was a prick. You're probably not Matthew because you say that Matthew Hopkins was a prick. He said that we all love Kenny. He just overthought his comments about Seg and made a mistimed comment because he was upset. That's what. Yeah, that is it. That is the summary of everything. Yes. I just
can I just quickly say, how's it going, Jay Carts? Jordan, I didn't know you were here. Can I just say, can you just let us know how was that night from your perspective? Because there were some things I didn't include in the video, especially like the live stream. There was a couple of moments where I didn't put it in the video in the end, but there was a couple of moments where I was like, fucking hell, these guys are so, like, they just think, I understand if you don't want to. I understand if you like, hey, I'm friendly with Elton and Ginger, so I don't want to be too. But like, I'm just so curious because there was a couple of moments in the live stream. I'm like, fucking hell, these guys are such assholes.
You made it seem like I was a little
I'm not sure
bitch.
if you noticed this, Jordan, but in the live stream at the very, very end, just before they're saying goodbyes and all the rest of it, the camera is on. Is it Jeremy, I think? Jeremy, Elton, and Ginger. And you're to the side, and you're not in frame. And you've got to, when they're saying goodbye, for ages this is like, and then you've got to say goodbye, and then the camera pans over to you. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? He's literally next to you guys. Put him in the frame.
Oh, and Joe said, did you have a phone with you? We were wondering that too. Douglas brought that up when we were chatting about the video. Did you have your phone, or did they make you leave that?
We've got so many questions for you, Jordan. You might.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions. Apparently, you should just join. Yeah.
So
we can just talk about the.
Yeah, like you probably weren't allowed to film your own stuff at all.
I assume that Elton or Overnight would have paid for it because it's at West Virginia State Penitentiary, which is very expensive. So I'm assuming. I would love to know this as well, but like Jordan, you might be able to clear this up. Did you pay towards it?
That's a good question. That is a good question.
Made a video about this. He didn't pay towards it. And he also felt a little bit uncomfortable because it was his first time doing a big ghost hunt, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. This was like when it happened. He did the video like shortly after. I vaguely remember his video kind of saying that. Which might be why he didn't know.
I'm sorry, Jordan, that didn't get you because I'm sure when something like that happens, you're like, fuck, this is going to like catapult my channel, all the rest of it. I'm still, because I caught the video where you said that it didn't go the way you thought it would. And I think a big part of that is because I think Elton really didn't prioritize that at all. I mean, again, I would love to hear your thoughts on it. I think he said he might come on.
Click the link. Give us the tea.
What's the tea?
The link is pinned. I can try to link it again.
Yeah,
it's pinned in both my
the open mic link is always pinned in Dust streams, guys. You can just click it anytime.
Yep. It don't cost you nothing except your time. Except your time, and maybe your sanity sometimes. Depends on what I'm streaming about. See, never would have watched that overnight video if J Cart hadn't been in it.
Well, thank you, Hot Mike Har.
Geek Zip, he's a friend of mine. He's from the Power Ranger community. He's like, I have no idea what the hell's going on.
So I think we all feel the same way whenever you guys talk about Power Rangers.
Yeah, literally. But soon the Paranormal channel will be monetized, and then it's going to be completely split.
Is the Power Ranger thing? Is that still going? Is that show still going?
No, it got canceled.
Drama for the rest of life.
It got canceled. Hasbro canceled the show, and so like the drama is surrounded by a lot of the actors. So a lot of the actors have been caught running scams. So like they'll do like a GoFundMe. Oh, buy this toy morpher. I'll start this GoFundMe. And then they either don't get the toy or they said it was supposed to be like die-cast metal and they got a 3D printed fucking toy. Or, hey, support my crowdfund. I'm going to do a fan film. And then they collect all the money and then it never gets made. Stuff like that. Or it's surrounded around the fans themselves because they're freaking insane. Like they're so obsessive over, like, it's like, I guess it's like any fandom, you know, like some people get obsessed over their favorite actor or favorite character.
It's like, okay, I think all of you know Rocky Horror Picture Show, right? Like, you guys know that fandom. It's like that. Like it's always going to be there, no matter how old.
Yeah. Well,
is it like so? Yeah, like I got to admit, like when I was younger, I used to love like the Power Rangers and all the rest of it. But like, I quite like going back to those early ones. I forget the name of
Mighty Morphin.
Who was the witch villain in that whole thing?
Rita Repulsa, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
She was amazing. Like goddamn, like all the performances are so funny. If you go back and watch those now, they're brilliant. I used to love that shit when I was a kid.
It was so good because it was so cheesy.
Yeah, it was really over the top, really flamboyant, camp. It was brilliant.
Yeah, it was genius. Hayam Saban it was a genius idea to take Japanese footage and shoot scenes from American footage and mix it with the Japanese, and it really does cut like the budget way down. You would think that the actors would have gotten paid a lot more. No, they were getting paid like, I don't know, $300 or $400. It was like $400 an episode and went up to $700 an episode, which is crap even back in the 90s. But we do have J cards here. I'm gonna bring them up, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
J cards.
Oh, hello.
How's it going, Jordan?
Oh, not too much, man. So what do you want to know?
Did I remember correctly about the you being nervous and about filming or something because it was your first ghost hunt? Did I remember correctly?
Oh,
second, right? Second ghost hunt?
Yeah, this was my first ever collaboration with another channel. So as you can imagine, my mind was everywhere.
Because the Bel Air house was your first one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
First of all, I just want to say, I haven't got around to watching it yet, but thanks very much for covering the Dolly video. More people that cover that, the better. I want as many eyeballs on that as possible. Thank you for doing that. I will get around to watching your take on the whole thing. Okay, I guess my first question is, Jordan, what was Elton like?
Well, I got to go ahead and speak first. I mean, to give you an idea of how nervous I was and how embarrassed I was, the first time I actually met them, I fucked up big time.
Huh.
And this is my first time ever meeting them. So
did you call him Sam and Colby?
No, no. But that might have been a little bit better, I think. We went to a bar, and of course, like an idiot, I didn't bring my wallet. It was at home. So I waited, they didn't find out until after they asked everybody, ID. And then when they got to me, do you got your ID? And I was like, no. And I got us kicked out of a bar. First time I ever met them.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, it was me. Yeah.
No.
It's those boyish good looks of yours, mate. You look under 21.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you should do. You'd be like, well, of course, because I look young forever. Brag about that.
They mentioned that too at the dinner table. And again, you gotta understand, that was my first time meeting them. I maybe had an hour to actually get to talk to them.
Sorry, can you not just not have a beer but stay?
No, you have to have an ID
to even be in there.
It depends on the location. Some locations, it depends on the liquor license they have, that you have, everyone in there has to have an ID if it's like a bar. But if it's like a restaurant, then
like a bar and grill.
Fine.
If it's a bar and grill,
serve food.
Yeah.
If it's a bar, even if it serves food, if they have a liquor license labeled as bar, then everyone has to have an ID.
Okay.
In there. Yeah. It's annoying, but yeah.
No,
what if you're clearly 60? Do they still?
That's okay. Yeah. If you look old as fuck, they don't care. They won't ask for it.
Unless they're an asshole who just wants to ID
well,
you anyways.
That's true. Yes, that's true. That's true.
My dad's been ID'd before, and he certainly looks his age, so.
No, tell him he looks young. He'll like it.
I get mad when they don't ID me.
I always get ID'd. It doesn't matter.
So what? So after that, I mean, were they cool about that, or?
They were cool, yeah. They genuinely, I will say, as people goes, they were very nice. I had no beef or they never. I'll tell you right now. I will be honest. I started seeing a lot of the points people were making though, after a while. Like for me, I was just so grateful that I got an opportunity to go out and do something with a big channel. And that's just how I view it. That's how I'll always view it. You know, they didn't have to reach out to me and invite me to do something. But after, you know, everybody kind of telling me certain things, after a while, I started to kind of see their points. I get it. I really do. I can never sit there and not see what everybody was talking about when they said like how they would send me off no matter what, have me go off on my own. I already knew about the whole getting sent off into the prison by myself. I knew about that. I did not know though, and it didn't occur to me until after I watched their video, that they actually had said, oh, he's leaving without a flashlight. I didn't know they said that. I didn't know they realized that. I was so caught up in the moment.
Really?
I was so caught up in the moment that I just walked off. I didn't think about grabbing a flashlight. I was just kind of wanting to do my thing. And but I didn't know they actually had said that after the fact I walked out of the room. Like, hey, is he going to leave without a flashlight?
Were you aware in the moment that at no point he's like said you're a YouTuber, what your YouTube channel is about? Or again, was it just a thing in the moment you just didn't really clock onto that? Like
him giving me shout outs and stuff?
Yeah.
Well, the thing
Did you notice
is,
that was kind of sparse?
Yes. Someone, I think you mentioned earlier the live stream.
Yes.
They actually, and the reason why the internet cut out was because when you go into the basement of the prison, the internet gets all wonky, and that's normal. That's around the time the internet started, kind of freaking out on us. And it was literally, they literally had said, and they did do this, they actually did give me a proper shout out.
Oh.
They did, but the internet cut out, and nobody saw it during that live stream. So,
but still, shouldn't they have like introduced you from the beginning? Because that's usually what you do when you collaborate. You get the person to introduce themselves like, right away. You know?
Yeah, they kind of had two moments, in my opinion. Like one where you're walking outside of the prison, that could have been a very good moment, and the other when you first walk into shot, outside the cells.
Yeah.
And he does say J-Cut Arts kind of stumbles across that a little bit. But for some reason, that didn't make it in the video.
I'll tell you,
that's
man.
only in the live stream.
I'll tell you, I've gained more subscribers from your little video today than I ever did with Overnight.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
I can see
Yeah.
that.
I think that video is on, like,
Anytime Seg or
over
Beardo like features someone, they get like a ton of subscribers, which is good.
That's crazy, man. Because like what I think that video is on like over 200,000 views.
Yeah, it was very.
How did you feel when they did send you off? Were you a little bit like, because you did say, I didn't know this was going to happen. Did you feel like they were trying to get rid of you, or did you just think, hey, this is a cool thing to do?
I'll tell you, like at the time, I still do now. I'm very happy I did that. Like I'm still happy, they sent me off to do my own thing and everything like that. But then I started to and again, it's not until after I start hearing everybody's kind of sides of it, like they look at it differently than I will, because I just view it as a great opportunity for myself. But everybody else, who's on the side, I mean, I got so many messages of my buddies, and my friends on YouTube kind of telling me they kind of did you dirty. And I never viewed it that way.
Right.
Yeah.
And
it's hard when you're the one there in the moment to what we see on screen, to be fair. You've obviously got a much broader sense of what happened, of course. You were there. But it like on my side, and there was a bit as well, when they're like, oh, we got rid of Jordan, are you able to, because he's a security guard, are you able to talk more to us now? And I'm like, fucking hell, guys, come on, just put him in the same room as you.
Yeah, that's another moment. Like I would not have noticed that until you mentioned it. Like they kind of did push me to the side again, didn't they? And I never realized it in that moment. That's what they were.
Can I ask one more question? Is Jeremy a bit of a dick?
Jeremy?
They're never going to watch this. Don't worry. No offense, Dust. They're never going to watch this.
Oh, man. You know what, Seg? No, hang on. You know what, Seg? No.
You made it seem like I was a little bitch.
Come on, man. All right, it's all good.
Honestly, though, you would be surprised. People there's actors that watch fucking Dust like shit and come and harass him after. Like you would be surprised.
Oh, well, the Power Rangers actors.
No, well, not just that.
Paranormal people.
Paranormal people.
Oh, I thought you said actors.
Well, yeah,
Well,
actors.
Reality TV show people, I guess you could say.
Oh.
Ryan Buell crashes
I didn't
out.
get that.
Ryan Buell crashes out.
Oh, yeah, Ryan Buell,
Tessa Groff.
Yeah.
What a bastard! I
So-
fucking covered. What's that fucking show called? I covered Paranormal State. I didn't hear jack shit from him.
Yeah, Dust. So
Dude.
you're saying a lot of people don't realize Dust used to have like a
Yeah,
podcast or
I
radio
used
show back in
to.
the day?
So
They all know him from
yeah,
before.
they all know me from years ago because I used to be a paranormal investigator. A lot of people don't know that. I used to be a paranormal investigator. I was a part of another YouTube channel, and we used to upload our investigations. And I had my own podcast on Blog Talk Radio back when that was a thing. And I used to interview all sorts of people in the paranormal field, which included a lot of famous people that were in the field at the time. So when I came back into the paranormal community this past year, all of them saw that I came back, and so they get triggered. Like, me and Ryan hate each other.
Anytime Dust mentions Ryan in a stream, we see like a reel or a short will go up from Ryan the next day where it'll just be something stupid like "You Can't Hold Me Down" like song or some crap, and he's singing it in front of an Annabelle replica doll, and it's always anytime Dust fucking talks about it. It's the funniest shit, man.
Ryan,
it's like.
Ryan, if you're listening, fucking put a comment on my video, you bastard.
J Station. I talked about J Station's dumb.
I hated your show so much.
I talked about J Station on a live stream, and he commented on my shit.
Yeah, that was like 2 days ago. Jay Station's like, my video should have 1 million views. It was awesome.
People don't understand it. I trigger people, and they just comment. It's just what it is.
True.
All right, well, I think the takeaway from that, Jordan, is be very careful. They could all be listening.
I'm fucking extremely careful, yeah.
Yeah.
But, okay, what was my question? Oh, yeah, is Jeremy a dick?
Who's Jeremy?
Isn't he the Asian fella?
Jerry.
That's not Jeremy.
Yeah. No, he was actually, man, he was probably the most chill with me, honestly.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
No, I've heard that Jerry's a really cool guy, that he's much better than Elton.
He's very chill, very, very cool. Yeah, I mean,
mate, I have heard some nightmare stories about Elton. I'm going to be careful what I say because I don't want to land anyone in it. But like, I have heard like the locations I've been to and the people I've spoken to. Like, wow.
Can you be vague about something and tell us something?
He acts very entitled. Allegedly,
okay.
He acts very entitled when he's at certain places. Very difficult, and not very nice to the staff of certain locations.
Okay, wait. Do you guys want some tea? Do you want some tea you want a tea story?
Yes.
Allegedly. Okay. Are you guys aware of the fallout that Elton had with Sam and Colby that almost got Elton banned from YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you guys know what Elton did to cause that?
No.
Okay, allegedly.
I've heard 2 different stories, but you go.
Okay, so allegedly, Elton had one of his like drama queen fits at Sam and Colby's haunted school, and it upset their staff so much they had to fly over there and stop them all from quitting.
I can confirm I've heard that story, and from what I understand, that's one of the. So they fell out allegedly before then, and then they kind of patched things up, and then that's the second time they fallen out.
Was this recently? The whole school thing?
No. Well,
I mean, they only bought
year,
it 2 years ago, right?
I think it was last year. It was last year.
It was pretty recent. Yeah, that's the first time I'm hearing about that.
I mean, they only bought the school like 2 years ago, right? So, like, I believe this happened last year, last summer or something, last summer, I think.
I'm not sure when it happened, but yeah, I guess it's all alleged. We don't know.
Yeah, it's all alleged. It's just tea. We're just gossiping. But apparently, the reason that he almost got banned from YouTube, it's not Sam and Colby's fault, by the way, guys. That YouTube thing, Sam and Colby's fans were so mad that they all like mass reported all of Elton's channels, and that's why he almost got banned. And like Elton had to actually get like a lawyer involved to like get a real human at YouTube to talk to them and be like, hey, this this was a mass like report. So like none of that was Sam and Colby's doing. They didn't want that to happen. They did not condone that. So that part I will include in.
Yeah, that part is kind of messed up. Like, channels getting attacked like that. Like, we've seen that happen a lot, quite a bit.
Can I ask Jordan another question? Have you, again, any questions I ask, if you don't want to publicly say it, go on the record or anything like that, you can just say, I'd rather not to answer that. So that's absolutely fine. But can I ask, have you heard anything back from any of the people from overnight, like since, or let's just say like a few days since that video was made?
Man,
you don't have to answer, I'm just asking.
Honest to God, no. I don't think I've talked to Elton in probably several months.
On the lead up to the thing, were you talking more to Elton or Ginger?
Honestly, they probably about equal.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Ginger showed more support on my video. She jumped in more of my live streams, but Elton occasionally, messaged me on my phone.
Stu, yeah, that is, to answer your question, is this why Sam and Colby went against Elton and backed Jason Hawes? We think that was a way to kind of burn them. Like, we think that was a slight, just because they saw the opportunity to insult them. Like, that's what we think. It's
Sam and Colby were very smart about that as well.
They were.
They kind of, and rightly so, I would say, they kind of went, hey, we want to, what's her name? What's the name of the lady who
Andrea?
Andrea Perrin, thank you.
Oh, Andrea. Yeah.
I couldn't get Caroline Perrin out of my head. I'm like, I know it's not her. Andrea Perrin, yeah. And they very much made her the main reason for doing that. And I'm like, that's a smart move.
Yeah, I used my cell phone, Joe. Yeah, I had to use my cell phone.
Okay, so you weren't totally blind then. Okay.
No.
We were wondering that, actually. It was funny, Joe.
All they had to do was call you back and give you a flashlight.
Yeah, I look back on that now like, damn, that could have ended kind of badly if I didn't have my phone.
Someone who's walked around in the dark in a prison, like an abandoned prison, it is dangerous.
I'm going to tell you right now, I went up 3 flights of stairs in the pitch black dark. And those stairs, man, if I were to have gone over, I would not be here today.
Oh my gosh.
And
no doubt.
I said this in the video, it's one thing, it's you got to protect your back and neck, but Elton should surely be thinking about what could happen to his equipment as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I slammed that thing into the wall so many times.
Intentionally.
There was a lot of stuff he cut out of that video. I hit the wall so many times. I remember one time I walked straight into one of the walls, walking down the corridor they had, and I hit it so hard. I remember one of the tour guides came out with a flashlight and aimed it down the hallway because she heard this giant bang, and I just turned and looked at her.
Oh no!
And I was lost.
Can I ask another question? How long were you doing that solo bit for?
Oh my god!
Roughly,
dude. It had to have been at least an hour, if not a little bit longer. Close to that.
Mm.
It's supposed to be a really big place, isn't it?
It's pretty huge, yeah. And I got lost.
God damn.
Yeah.
Well, sorry it didn't work out for you, but I think it's the way I see these sort of things. It's a great experience, though, isn't it?
That's the way I look at it. Is I don't regret doing it. I never will regret doing it because I did have a blast. I understand that Elton has a reputation. I get it. I really do. Even I used to say that I never liked Elton. I thought he's kind of a dick, and I used to say that shit all the time. And even knowing, yes, I did see his points during the whole Corey Sheeran Elton versus thing. I did see his points, and I did see that he brought receipts. It's I still defend him on that as I think he was the one in the right. I genuinely did have a fun time, and they were nice. All of them were nice to me. At least I think they were very, very nice to me.
I don't know. I think there were things to be nice to you in the moment, but maybe the editing not so much. I don't know. I'm like,
I don't know. I should probably go ahead and tell you this while you're here, Seg. They did cut something out of the video that I was very upset about, and I'm not sure if it's in the extended edition that they posted on Patreon or not. But somebody said
I'm not watching that. That's for sure.
Yeah, they said they had an extended edition, but I debunked my paranoia You know, I was hearing all these noises and these footsteps, and they said it was footsteps in the video, and it was not footsteps. I debunked it as the rain hitting the roof.
Oh, interesting.
And it was echoing like crazy, and I caught myself, and I realized, like, if you actually pay attention to the video, there's a moment up when I'm upstairs, and I'm already calm. You know, like I'm freaking out at one point, and then I'm very calm. And the reason why that is because I figured out what was really happening, and I broke my fear like immediately.
Jails tend to be like super echoey, and like noises sound more intense and weird.
It was pouring that night.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Rain.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
It was like really raining heavy, was it?
Yes, it was. There was actually moments when we were walking out in the yard, and you could see the rain hitting the ground quite a bit.
And that can set off REM pods like crazy. The moisture in the air.
Yep.
Interesting. Very Elton.
I mean, those piece of shit REM pods that don't work.
Yeah, all these devices are so silly, but whatever. People like them for entertainment purposes, I guess.
So, yeah, I was upset about that they cut out some of the moments that I genuinely think they should have kept in, but I'm not surprised at the same time because they are an entertainment channel.
Well put. I would love to go there myself, though, one day. I'm jealous you got to go.
It's awesome.
Really amazing things about that place.
It's awesome. I genuinely, the best part of it was the tour that we got in the beginning. Loved learning the history, walking around, seeing all the sites.
Yeah, I like it, considering you've done like the house thing and the prison thing. Ain't the prison thing so much more exciting to do?
Oh, 100%. Not even a contest.
I get so bored with haunted houses.
Prisons are cool, and like old big buildings, asylums and stuff, because like you get to see like the historic building and everything. You get to see something that's like different, you know?
Yeah, I'm more interested in like the history of a place like that.
Too.
So like out where I live, I tell everybody, yes, I live out in Indiana. And if you guys know who John Dillinger is, I've been to
I've heard that name.
Yeah, he's
Isn't it like Indiana State Pen or something?
He escaped from the old jailhouse in Crown Point, Indiana. And he basically, it's the story where he made a fake gun out of a bar of soap and some shoe polish and then escaped and whatever. And he was shot outside the Biograph Theater in Chicago.
Famous American gangster during the Depression. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so I've been there, and it is a creepy ass place. They filmed the movie Public Enemies there at the old jail, and the old courthouse. But that's a really cool place to go to. Like I went there, I experienced I felt a little uneasy, whatever. You're going to feel that in an old ass building at night, just holding a damn flashlight or looking through a night vision camera. But I just like the history and the architecture of like buildings like that.
Was Public Enemies about him?
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen this movie. I didn't know that was about Dillinger. Oh, okay. I didn't really realize that was a real person. I thought that was like a...
No, Dillinger's a real person.
Okay.
That was right around the Bonnie and Clyde era, like when they were alive. Which, funny story.
Yeah, there was a bunch of crazy stories from back then.
Funny story. My grandparents met Bonnie and Clyde.
Really?
Yeah, they did.
Holy crap.
Because
go ahead.
They used to... because they would run and hit back roads everywhere, and my grandparents, they lived by State Line Road where Indiana and Illinois are, and my grandfather, he worked at a automotive garage down the road, and so they met them there. Pretty much, they knew who they were.
Interesting, huh? That's cool.
Yeah, so
my best friend's grandmother worked with the newspaper that invented Bigfoot. They invented Bigfoot in like a team meeting. She played me an audio of her grandma telling the story of what happened.
No kidding. Did you put that audio on your channel? You should definitely do that.
It's very hard to hear. I asked her if we could like get her grandma in a proper call because it's like she sounds like she's 500 feet away from the microphone. And I'm like, it's so difficult to hear. Like, can we try to get her? So she's going to try to bug her and see if she'd be willing to join a call. But yeah, I was going to do like an episode with KK about it.
Sorry to do this, guys, but I'm just getting like a whole bunch of texts. I think I've got it. I'm just catching up even on a whole bunch of texts. I think I've got to go. But Dust, thanks very much for having me on. And for anyone still listening, I don't know, peace and love and all that good stuff, guys.
Right?
Yeah.
Thanks for talking to me, Florio, and Jordan. Thanks for like clearing up a few things.
Thanks.
That video.
Thanks for coming up, Sig.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate you.
Okay, all the best, guys. Cheerio.
Yep, you too, man.
All right. Well, I should probably shut it down. I am freaking out of energy.
Yeah, it's been going for a while.
Oh, yeah. And you need to eat something, right?
Yeah, I didn't eat. I'm supposed to take my when I take my meds, I'm supposed to eat. That didn't happen. I'm probably going to eat something and then jump in my voice chat for a little bit.
You should get like a protein bars or something like that you can eat when you're doing a stream and doing this.
Yeah, I definitely need to do something.
Yeah, I usually have some protein bars around. They're kind of gross, but they're good for you. And a pinch like this, you know?
Definitely. Well, thank you, Florio, and thank you, J Cards, for coming up. I appreciate both of you.
Absolutely. It was fun.
All right, man.
Yeah. Bye, Dust, and thank you, J Cards. Talk to y'all later.
All right, I'll see you all later.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, sorry I cut him off. All right. Oh, my damn camera's off. All right. Let me close out some stuff here. Definitely. Man, I really look like shit. All right. Yeah, Ryan, if you're watching, Ryan Buell, if you're watching, I'm going to be doing a stream on you soon. I got some stuff. And your little fan that left a comment calling me out, that didn't do you any favors. I deserve vodka after this. I wish I could freaking drink, man. But whatever. I appreciate everyone that watched the stream. I appreciate everyone that commented in the chat, even though the chat went crazy. I'm gonna have to go back and read it. Just because I was trying to get through everything. Usually I try and read everything. I just didn't tonight. Thank you for all the members on the main channel. Thank you to everyone who bought merch from my Hate Merch store. I appreciate you all. I don't know when I'm streaming next. I think I might take the rest of the week off. And then I'll stream the following week. I think. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to eat something and then I'll be in my voice chat in my Discord for a little bit. You all take care. Have a wonderful night. And we'll see you guys next time.
Yeah. Turn it up. Static calm. Here we go. Yeah. Dust in the feed, hit record, no sleep. Truth unlocked, no keys. Paranormal beef, spirits flex. Hunters mad, egos wreck. Cold cases, hot mics, ghost stories, knife fights. Who fake what, who got caught? Dust break it down, line by thought. Laughs first, facts stay, troll a bit, then explain. Cross that line, he won't hide, owns the mess, takes the ride. Dust Productions, clear the smoke. Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, hands up. Dust Productions, night to day. If it's messy, on display. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, hands up. YouTube. Virtual wars, screenshots rain, sub counts drop, pride in flames, call out vids, fake apologies, dust cut through, no mythology, receipt stack, time stamp, spin don't work, facts glam, coming fights, keyboard rage, dust stay cool, calm the stage, jokes fly, chat laugh, but the point always lands, say it straight, no disguise, on the wrong, look alive, yeah. Look alive, yeah. Dust Productions, clear the smoke, yeah. Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, not hands up, yeah. Dust Productions, night to day, yeah. If it's messy on display, join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, not hands up. Power Rangers morph in time, old heroes cross lines, yeah. Suit actors, fan debates, convention beef, yeah. Long delays, yeah. Red and blue, yeah. Gold and black, dust got law, way back, yeah. Respect earned when it's due. Call the mess, call the truth, yeah. No cape, no ghost, just a mic that cuts close. No hiding, no spin, accountability wins, yeah. Dust Productions, clear the smoke, yeah. Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Dustbusters locked in, sweep it clean, all in. Dust Productions, end of dust, yeah. If it's chaos, trust the dust. Yeah. Hit subscribe, stay sharp, yeah. Dust out now, dust out, yeah. Yeah. Hit subscribe, stay sharp now. Dust out, yeah. Yeah.